जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा। विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उज्जल जलधि तरंगा। तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे। गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता। जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे।
Hi everyone, welcome to Android Stream Day. We are so happy to have you all here. Android Stream Day is one of its kind online conference event which we are organizing for the first time. So this is the season one. So basically, it means that you can expect a season two, and based on your feedback, we will organize that as well. Um, Before that, I would just like to tell you about Flutter Stream Day, which we did recently, and based on the feedbacks which we got, we started this, and we have our speaker. Like we have many speakers from all around the world, and today we will be having some speakers, and then we will continue from tomorrow as well with some more speakers. And we, like me and Rivu Chakrabarti, we both started this Android Stream Day when we got good feedback for Flutter Stream Day. So we thought about doing the same for Android, because Android development has changed a lot in last few years, you can say. And we thought, like, there should be a medium online conference because of COVID, which can actually deliver everything you should know to have a clear path for Android development. So I'll pass it to Rivuda now, and he will tell you about our first speaker. Before that, I will also want to give shout out to our volunteers. So there we have like 4 volunteers for this stream. First one is Prachi Jha, second is Carlo Lucera, and third Jyoti Johari, and Praful Mishra. So all of these guys are helping us for managing everything, and we are six people in front of you trying to give you the best online experience for learning. So over to you, Rivuda.
Hi everyone. Hope you all are doing good. So yeah, as Pawan said, we wanted a premium, no nonsense conference, but we wanted to make it free. So that's why here you are getting Under Stream Day today. I hope you all will like it. So let me introduce our first speaker. He is Subhrajyoti Sen. He is from India, and he is mobile engineer at Small Case, which is a fintech startup, if I am not wrong. And yeah, he'll be talking about guess what? Where did my state go? So yeah, over to you, Subhrajyoti.
Thank you, Revo. So, hi everyone. Hope everyone's doing well and staying home. So, like Ribhu mentioned, my name is Subhrajyoti Sen, and I'll be talking to you about where exactly did your app state go. I work as a mobile engineer on an app called Ticker Tape, and it is a suite of tools that lets investors make better decisions. So, if you're an Indian investor, please do check out the app. Okay, quick disclaimer. This talk is not about state management or Android or how you should be handling state, or I won't like prescribe ways of how you should be doing state management. There are great resources out there, and it is very contextual on your use case. So this talk will focus more on life cycles, the usual things we miss out or tend to miss out on life cycles, and the recent changes in the Android ecosystem that has changed a few things when we think about life cycles. So the first thing when we try doing about managing life cycles or managing state, the first thing, and I'm sure most of us would have done this in our early days of Android or when we're just following tutorials or trying out different ideas. The first thing we would have done is try to lock our apps to portrait mode. I mean, all our activities individually to portrait mode by setting screen orientation to portrait. And even I did this like till very recently and thought, I'm done. I don't really need to think about handling rotation. Like, since I'm not handling rotation, I don't have to worry about a lot of things. Yeah, but the question is this enough? It isn't. Even till recently, I thought it is, but it isn't. And it's a big no. It is not at all enough to just lock your apps to portrait mode. But there must be reasons behind why I'm saying this, right? So let's look at the reasons. The first reason would be dark theme. Second, multi-window. Third, process depth. And fourth would be changing language or locale. I will be discussing the first three in a bit more detail. And for the fourth one, it's something we don't really consider a lot unless you're working on apps catered to a lot of languages. It could be a learning app, it could be an e-commerce app. So if you change your app, it is another case where this thing can happen. But I'll talk a bit more about the first three. First thing, dark themes. They were introduced in Android 10, and all of us would have waited a long time for native dark mode support, so we got it. It can be toggled in two ways. First would be by the system toggle, so it's mostly under display options in your device settings. And the second one is by using app compact to change it inside your app. So what you could do is follow a light theme or a dark theme, or follow whatever the system is doing. Now, what happens when you actually switch the themes? You trigger something called a UI mode configuration change. And what in turn does is it starts all the started activities automatically recreated. So initial assumption that just by locking our activity to portrait mode, it wouldn't get recreated. We already know that it's false. And unless you're actually handling that case, a lot of things will go wrong in your app. There is one way, there's a one hacky way of avoiding it. You can set your configuration changes to UI mode in the manifest. And what that in turn does is it invokes the on configuration change instead of recreating all the starter activities. Now, this mechanism wasn't given to bypass, I would say, different theme support. Rather, it was to give you more control over what happens when you change your theme. So if you want to do a few more things other than just switch out, for example, color schemes or themes, you could make use of the on configuration change to maybe run some logic and do other things. And that's the reason it was introduced. So it's not the recommended way to try and skip dark theme, but you should rather handle state restoration. And we will discuss approaches to that as well. Now, you might be thinking that it's still in Android 10 plus, so a lot of your users won't be using this, and it's something you can skip. You might make that assumption. We'll see why that assumption doesn't really work out. Next, coming to multi-window mode. If you look at the image, you will see that there are two apps running at the same time on the screen. The top one is the Ticket Android app, and the lower one is the Play Store. And many users feel it's very convenient to use apps in this way, and this poses a few challenges as well. But first thing, it was introduced in Android N. So most likely, whatever app you're making, you are targeting Android N, so you have to take care of this. That's why I mentioned that keeping the logic of Android 10 plus for dark theme, you could skip that, but you have to consider this because it's Android N plus. With multi-window mode, there was a slight change in life cycles, as in inherently the life cycle of an activity and fragment, everything remained the same, but the way they were triggered or the conditions for triggering them changed slightly. So the way this works is, even though you're seeing both of your apps at the same time, only one of them is in the resume state and the other one is in the pause state. So the one with which you most recently interacted with, that will be in the resume state, the other one will be in the pause state. As soon as you interact with the other one, that will go to resume state and the previous one will go to pause state. So you have to take care of other lifecycle methods and not, I would say, completely depend on pause and on resume methods. For example, you're making a media player app. Now, normally media player apps, they stop media playback once you actually move out of the screen or pull down on the notification. In a lot of different cases, they stop and resume media playback. So you can't really directly rely on pause and on resume, because consider that the user is watching a video on the top half of the screen, and the user can also interact with the chat application at the bottom half. Now the chat application will be in the resume state, but if media player is on the pause state. But you can't really pause your playback because the user expects it to play. Another very interesting case that comes with multi-window is the fact that whatever you set in screen orientation will be completely ignored. Remember how we set screen orientation to portrait in the beginning? Yeah, that doesn't matter anymore. Now, consider the screen that you're seeing right now, or the screenshot. If I rotated my device, there are chances that both the apps will try to go into landscape mode. Now, when we try supporting such scenarios, one very important thing to keep in mind is that your portrait orientation doesn't necessarily mean it's a vertical device. That's one thing, that's one assumption that we make in most cases, that portrait just refers to a vertical device and landscape would be a horizontal device. Technically, portrait orientation refers to when your window's height is more than your window's width. And similarly for landscape. Now, in multi-window, you can adjust the ratio of the screen taken by one app. As soon as you change the ratio of the screen taken by your app, it can easily switch between your portrait mode or your landscape mode. So that's one important concept to keep in mind. And there is a way of opting out of multi-window mode as well, and that is by setting resizable activity to false in your manifest. You could do this. I mean, you ideally should be doing this if your app won't be usable, or like you need the kind of real estate to make sure that your app functions properly. So you need the full length of the screen, or it could be some security purposes. So if you are sure that your app has to be used in that one window at a time, then you can opt out of this. And even if the user tries going to multi-window mode, they won't be able to. Coming to the most important topic out of the three, process death. Process death happens that if your device is running low on memory and the user wants to do something else, like open another app, the OS can decide to kill a few services or apps to make memory to allocate to the new app. So in this case, it can kill different apps. Now, this will happen only if your app is in the paused or stopped state. It won't happen that you're using an app and Android just decides to kill it because of memory issues. It will try clearing everything else and only then come to the app in the foreground. That's like the last option there. And unlike how we saw for other cases where there were workarounds, you cannot work around process death. It is something you have to deal with if you want your app state to be properly restored. Now, if you had to think of a scenario where it becomes important, consider your app has some kind of a form or any kind of a UI element where the user had to give a lot of input. Now, the user spent a lot of time in, putting in all the data, typing it out, and consider they get a phone call. After the phone call, they had to do some work, they had to use a few other apps, and they didn't really get time to come back to your app. Now, depending again on the device that they're using, on the OEM, the Android version, there are lots of things to consider here. When the user comes back, maybe like 3 or 4 hours later, or maybe half a day later, when they come back to the app, they're going to be very annoyed if they see that they have to start the entire thing again. So that's why you should be considering process death as an actual problem and work towards it. Now, we saw that for things like dark mode and split window, it is pretty easy to test out manually because we do that from day to day. But process death isn't something that we actually cause in a day-to-day usage. So how do we test it out? There are actually multiple ways of doing it. The first could be going to your phone's developer options, going to the app section, and restricting the background process limit to no background processes. Now, if you open your app, switch to a different app, and then come back to your app process will be recreated. Another easy way would be there's an option right above that called Don't Keep Activities. It does a similar thing that as soon as you come out of your activities or you close the activities, the process is killed. Another way of testing it, if someone uses a lot of terminal or shell commands, you could put your app in the background and run adb shell am kill package name. What this will do is it'll again just find the process related to that package and kill it. But keep in mind that the app has to be in the background for this to work. If it is not in the background, this command will not do anything. The easiest way to try out process death would be if you are running an app from Android Studio. In the lower panel of the screen of Android Studio, you'll find multiple tabs like lock, cat, run, build. So in the run tab, you have this one red square button. It's called the stop button, and it does the same thing. But in this case, your app would be in the foreground as well, and the process would be killed. Now, you have to keep in mind that this method works only if you're running an app from, like you're launching the app through Android Studio, because it will have a reference to this process and can kill it. Android Studio wouldn't be able to do that for other apps, like apps downloaded from the Play Store. But the methods we discussed earlier, the previous two methods, they can be used on any app. So you could just open up your favorite apps and see if they handle process it properly or not. Coming to view models. Now, when I was discussing all these problems, I'm pretty sure a lot of you would have thought that, we have view model now. Why do we really have to care about saving and restoring state? View model will actually outlive your activity lifecycle, and whenever the activity is recreated, you'll get back the same instance. So if you store anything in your view model, it will be retained. That is true, but view models can persist across your activity and fragment recreation. but they cannot persist state on process death. There is no out-of-the-box capability for view models to do this. There is an add-on mechanism, but by default, it wouldn't work. So even though there is view model, we have to keep this entire topic in mind. Now, if we have to make a view model persist process death, we have to use the safe state handle mechanism. It is something again provided by Jetpack to us, and we'll see how we can use that. You use a view model provider to get an instance of a view model. Earlier, there was another mechanism where you directly get an instance, but now the proper way of doing it is to use a proper view model provider with the lifecycle owner and then get the view model. Now, here you pass along with the lifecycle owner, you pass an additional object or additional parameter, and that is a saved state VM factory. And that also takes a lifecycle owner. Now, what this does is whenever your internally view model factory creates an instance of the view model, it will pass a saved state handle object as a constructor parameter. Now, you can consider the saved state handle as something like a bundle, where you would have key value pairs. Your key would be a string, and your values would be parsable data. It is similar here. If you see in the example in the save product ID, we give it the key of product ID and we store a string. Similarly, we fetch it from the state by using the key. Now, in case your activity gets recreated, you will actually get the same safe state handle the next time, and you don't have to worry about storing and restoring state explicitly separately. So view models really do make it easy, but it's not an out-of-the-box support. You have to plug it in. Coming to custom views. Now, one thing a lot of us don't really take into account, or it's not something that we deal with that often, so it just slips out of our mind, that views also can save their own state. One distinction to make here is the view state here shouldn't be directly related to your app state. Your app state is a completely different topic. Your view state would be the data needed for the view just to render itself and not anything else or extra. Now, for any view to be able to save and restore its state, it needs to have an ID. I actually took a long approach to get to know about this. I was actually showing someone who's new to Android that, if you have this edit text, you type text in there, you rotate your screen, and the text is gone. So I just wrote a very simple example. I was showing it to the person, I rotated my screen, and the text was still there. And I was very confused. So after some digging in, also known as Stack Overflow, I found out that if you give an ID to, I would say, most of the default views, they do a state storage and restoration. All of the custom widgets all of the default widgets that we get from Android, as well as things like the material design library, they do handle proper state restoration, as well as a lot of custom views out there, a lot of the custom libraries that we send. But there is a huge portion of them that do tend to miss out on this, because it's not a concept that a lot of us actually come across or are familiar with, because it's not as straightforward as storing, something like your activity state on save instance state. You can just store it in the bundle and then get it back. It is very simple. For custom views, it is a bit more complex. And Android has this very neat mechanism where it passes through a view. If a view has an ID, it will ask the view to store its state and return that state object. And it does that in a hierarchical manner. So if any view has an ID, Android will give it an opportunity to save its state. Now, if the view doesn't want to save its state, it's the view's responsibility. But Android has that mechanism. And that's why the ID is very important, because it is used to map the state bundle to the actual view. Now, to be able to do that for custom views, similar to how we use save state handle for view models, we have to use save state. We have to use base saved state to do it for custom views. It is a pretty simple class to extend, and it is kind of a boilerplate code, but it's pretty small. So you get a parsable where you store all the values you want pertaining to your view. In my case, I have a counter view. So I have a value, I store it in the parcel. It is a very simple implementation. Another thing is we just don't need to override those two methods, but there's a strict requirement that any instance of the saved state class or any implementation of saved state will need to have this static member variable called creator, and it is like a strict requirement. So you just have to write the following code. You'll hardly have to make any even changes to this member variable. Now, once you have done the created or defined the save state, it is pretty similar to how you do it for activities and views. This was the only extra part needed. Now, on your on-save instance state, first you have to give your parent the chance to save its state. So it's usually the parents who save the state first and then the child. So you call super.onSave instance state. It will ask the parent to save its instance state and then give you a state. You use that to compose a new state and then store the values pertaining to your custom view, and then return the state. And Android will take this and give it to the child of this view if there is any. Similarly, on restore instance state, you can do the same thing. Store it. Cast it to the save state. Call your parent to say restore its own state, and then restore the state of your specific view. Okay, coming to testing. Now we have seen like a lot of different scenarios till now, and the thing with testing is like for your, for example, your theme changes or multi-window, you could do them manually, but you always want automated tests to make sure that nothing you do actually breaks the state restoration mechanism of your apps. And I'll be discussing how you can test out lifecycle scenarios as well as activity or fragment recreation. Now, you can do such tests with Espresso, but with Espresso, you would have to write a few custom classes. For example, if you recreated an activity, you would need a way, you would have to write a class that iterates through the list of activities and then gets the new activity for you after it has been recreated. It's all possible with Espresso, but you will have to write a lot more code. And a way to simplify that would be to use the Android X testing libraries. They make it much simpler. And I would be discussing two scenarios of testing, which it makes pretty simple. They are part of the Android X framework, so you can just sync them in your debug implementation. And the artifact that I'll be discussing here is the fragment testing artifact. Now, testing fragment recreation. The way you do it is you start it as a normal test, run with the Android JUnit version. You annotate your test method with add test. Now comes the interesting part. You cannot launch a fragment in isolation. It needs to have a container. So Android X testing library gives us this handy function called launch fragment in container, where you create a container for your fragment to be launched. And in return, you get a scenario. The scenario is the handle with which you can drive different cases. And you can see that we are not creating an instance of my fragment here. We are rather using the class name. And this is a good reminder that you should not be passing data to your fragments as a constructor parameter. Always use bundles to send data to your fragments, because whenever your fragment is recreated, you won't really get anything that you sent in the constructor params, but you'll always get back the bundle. Now, coming back to the test, when you have the scenario, you can perform a few actions to mutate your fragment state, and then you can call scenario.recreate. It will recreate the fragment in this case, and you don't really need a new reference to it. You can use the same reference because this points to the new fragment now. And then you can write your test events to make sure that your mutated state is actually restored. Another good case that the fragment testing library lets you handle is triggering different life cycles. So normally you can do it manually while using the app, but it would be very easy to test out different scenarios if you could switch between them rapidly and do that in a test. So you start the test identical to how the previous test was. You launch it in a container, you get a scenario. Now you can call move to state in the scenario to be able to move to a new state. In this case, you can move it to the created state. So you can easily switch between states. Like you could go to your on pause and then on resume and see if, for example, if you had like the media player class, are the proper methods in the media player class being invoked, or you want to see that you are trying to clear up some memory in certain part of the life cycle. Is that working or not? So this becomes very handy, and it makes it really simple because it's one line and it switches the state. And here are two resources which I found really good for learning more about these. One is by Vasily about testing applications by killing them, which talks a lot about process death. And there's this really good blog post by Andrew Bailey, which talks about a lot of cases where you make false assumptions about life cycles and how you should be handling it. So he covers a lot of cases, for example, foldable devices. How does UI mode configuration work for that? It has a really good series of information there, so you should definitely check it out. And that's it for the talk. Thank you for coming. And if you have any questions, you can ask now, or you could ask them later on my Twitter handle. Or if you just want to discuss anything about state restoration, we can always have a chat.
Thank you so much, Subhrajyoti. Can you disable this screen sharing?
Sure, just give me a moment.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you so much, Subhrajyoti, for this amazing talk. We have got few questions, and the first one, which I would definitely want to pick up, and I think I should ask everyone who would be, present with us. So the question is, according to you, what is the efficient path for learning Android?
Would just be trying out different apps and not really make the same kind of apps over and over again.
Okay.
So what initially I used to do was create the same kind of apps, like try out different REST APIs and make different apps. But then you'd be iterating on the same things. You could try out different kinds of apps, like it could be something that streams a video. You could learn about the video. You would learn a lot about life cycles there. So try out a lot of different kinds of apps that you can make. You don't really have to do it in the best way possible. You have to do it in the worst way possible in the beginning to know that there are better ways.
Awesome.
And another thing would be, just experiment with it and be curious. Like whenever you're writing any piece of code, just ask, why am I using this library, or why am I using this class instead of that? And one Google search will actually tell you the answer. And once you start with that curiosity, it just expands on.
Okay. Another question which we got is that how we can solve display cutout issues at top and bottom of the display. Is it something which you feel you can answer?
I haven't really dealt with display cutouts.
Okay. Another one. How to save the recycler view scroll state when a fragment gets recreated?
I'm not really sure about the exact name of that, but the Android team did recently launch something to address just that specifically. And there is a blog post on I think the Android developers medium, which addresses just this.
Awesome. The next question is that what do you think about, there are many developers who are working on Android, but they are using Java, right? And Android team has been talking about switching to Kotlin. So people just want to know if they should stick to Java, or they should as of now they should switch to Kotlin, or is it like they should start with Java, or they should start directly with Kotlin?
Okay, I'll just go in step by step with that. So you don't really have like a very, I would say, rigid need that just leave Java and switch to Kotlin now. I mean, if you are working in an organization with Java, you should try advocating for Kotlin. But it's not always possible for everyone. So it's not like just leave Java, abandon Java, and move to Kotlin. Kotlin definitely has its own set of benefits, and there are lots of benefits. So it's not just leave Java and go there, but explore Kotlin, see what does it represent, and once you actually see the things, and if you get value out of those things, like if you're learning Kotlin and you don't see any value for what you're currently working on, then you don't really necessarily start need to write Kotlin there itself. But after exploring, if you're seeing that it gives you some value addition, then definitely you should start switching to it. But first, explore it to understand if it fits what you need.
Okay. Last question is, what do you think, like, how much important is testing for Android apps?
I would tell it's very important. So to be frank, I am pretty new to testing as well. But once you work on certain apps that grow very rapidly, it becomes difficult to do even like manual QA, because you might change one thing and you can't go and change all parts of the app that it has affected. It is very difficult. Like if you refactored one part, you could have affected a lot of other things which depend on that particular behavior. But if you have a test, you could refactor with complete ease in your mind that if the tests run and if you've written the test properly, your refactor did not cause any side effects or it did not break any feature. And the peace of mind that you will get at tests in the long run is way higher than the effort that you would initially put into write tests. So it's something definitely you should start investing in, because the long-term benefits of it are really great.
Awesome. So yeah, I think that's it, Subhrajyoti. Thank you so much for being with us and sharing your knowledge with all of these people who just came online on Saturday and watching the live stream here. And guys, the link of the slides will be available in a while. I'll share that. Probably I'll put that in the description as well. And apart from that, there will be after this there will be a talk from Antonio around 3 o'clock, and before that I'll be just discussing few things. So Rivo, do you want to join as well?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so just let me know if my voice is audible, because there were few issues with the voice. So can someone confirm if we are audible, as well as you can watch us properly?
Yeah, you're audible.
Okay, awesome. Okay, guys, so the way how we planned the event, I just want to tell you a little more about it. There are 15 speakers which we have invited. One of them was Subhrajyoti, who just talked about state, and there are various different talks about testing as well. So if you are interested in testing, because I saw a lot of questions about testing, so we have a dedicated session on that as well. It will be tomorrow, and today we will be having around 7 to 8 sessions as well, so total 15. And we have also arranged few quizzes. So the first quiz will be here very soon. I'll not tell you exactly after which speaker we will gonna do that, but that's gonna be very, very interesting, trust me. And we and our volunteers who has participated, again I want to give them the shout out: Praful Mishra, Prachi Jha, Jyoti Johari, and Carlo Lucera. So all these guys have prepared few stuff for you, they have prepared quizzes for you. And there is one more section which I again want to tell you, that we started this new kind of promotional stuff. It's not promotion, but it's something where we want the app developers, like the individual app developers who develop some good ideas into an app, and they don't get promotions, okay, or they don't know how to reach people. So we thought about picking some of those ideas and displaying them. So we asked all of you to make few short videos about your application, about the unique points of your applications. And we got some responses, and we have selected few of them. So in between the breaks, you will be seeing them as well. And again, I want to tell you that if you have any questions, although you can ask here in the live chat, but the best place would be you can go to slido.com and you can enter the event code, which is hashtag F943. You will find it in the description as well. And I'll be keep posting in the live chat as well. So make sure that you use that for questions, because I think that would be better for us as well in getting that which questions are getting more upwards, so that we make sure that those questions are definitely being asked from the people. um, Now moving ahead, we are waiting for Antonio, whose session is around 3 o'clock. And by the time he joins, I actually did an interview with him as well, and that was pretty nice. And there was some good stuff we shared. So I'll play that, and I'll be joining you guys very soon. So quiz is around very soon, and you can maybe take minor breaks as well in between, because all the sessions are listed on our website, stream.mtechviral.com, and there is sufficient break for you so that you can just uh, take a fresh air and come back. And we don't want to lose you as well, so we have some videos to show, some quizzes to do, and yeah, many more stuff. So please make sure you visit stream.mtechviral.com. And guys, to be honest, this is something which we have arranged by ourselves. There is no sponsor as such for this event. So if you want to support us, press the like button, so that we can see that people are interested in these online conferences, which we are trying to bring in kind of a premium conference with no fees. So it should be totally free for every one of you. And in fact, it should be totally free for us to organize. So to support us, like the video, share with your friends as well. So whoever wants to learn Android app development. We did Flutter Stream Day recently. We are doing Android Stream Day now. And there will be more sessions coming, like for Android Stream Day as well. And then there will be seasons. So after that, we are also planning for Web Stream Day. So show your support by liking the video, spreading the word, and you can tweet about us. You can go to Twitter and you can use hashtag ASD, and also just tag me. I will definitely retweet it. So spread the word, let people know around the world that this is kind of the premium conference we are looking for. So thank you so much, and I'll be back with more amazing stuff very, very soon. So okay, see you guys.
Okay.
So, Java or Kotlin?
Kotlin.
Okay. Your one favorite library in Android?
That's a good one. Retrofit, maybe.
Retrofit. I love retrofit. Work or family first?
Family, of course.
That's great. Native Android or cross-platform like Flutter?
Native.
That was expected. Okay, video or book or blogs? What you will prefer? The first priority.
That's a good question, but nowadays probably video.
Okay. Your best interest apart from the coding or the tech stuff. One best interest or something which you like.
Entrepreneurship.
That's interesting. Okay. Choose one of the best among these. IntelliJ or Android Studio or VS Code?
Well, I would say that in Android development, Android Studio.
Okay, that's the only option we have actually. But
Well,
what's your opinion about VS Code? that I'll ask later. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I haven't used Visual Studio too much, but from the little that I used it, when I wrote some Ruby and all that, it was perfectly good to use. It's very nice and very simple, but I haven't used it for big projects, so I can say.
That's fine. Okay, your favorite game?
Nowadays, probably Dragon Ball Fighters.
That's interesting. Again, what will you prefer? LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Gmail, or anything else?
Let's say Twitter.
Okay. So, Java or Kotlin?
Kotlin.
Okay. Your one favorite library in Android?
That's a good one. Retrofit, maybe.
Retrofit. I love retrofit. Work or family first?
Family, of course.
That's great. Native Android or cross-platform like Flutter?
Native.
that was expected. Okay, video or book or blogs? What you will prefer? The first priority.
That's a good question, but nowadays probably video.
Okay. Your best interest apart from the coding or the tech stuff. One best interest or something which you like.
Entrepreneurship.
That's interesting. Okay. Choose one of the best among these. IntelliJ or Android Studio or VS Code?
Well, I would say that in Android development, Android Studio.
Okay, that's the only option we have actually. But
Well,
what's your opinion about VS Code? that I'll ask later. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I haven't used Visual Studio too much, but from the little that I used it, when I wrote some Ruby and all that, it was perfectly good to use. It's very nice and very simple, but I haven't used it for big projects, so I can say.
That's fine. Okay, your favorite game?
Nowadays, probably Dragon Ball Fighters.
That's interesting. Again, what will you prefer? LinkedIn, Twitter, Facebook, Gmail, or anything else?
Let's say Twitter.
Okay. So, Java or Kotlin?
Kotlin.
Okay. Your one favorite library in Android?
That's a good one. Retrofit.
अभी बस देख रहे हैं।
एक बार एक काम करते हैं, एक चक्कर मार लेते हैं, एक चक्कर मार लेते हैं।
Hi everyone, welcome back. So now we are moving ahead, and I think for our next speaker, I don't have to tell you much because many people know him already. He is very famous. So next speaker is Antonio, and he is with us, and he is actually Android Dev trainer, Kotlin GD, and also Kotlin certified trainer by JetBrains. And he will be talking about dependency injection with Hilt. So pretty much excited for it. And uh, thank you so much, Antonio, for joining us, first of all.
Thank
And
you for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be here.
giving your precious time to us is really, like, we really appreciate it, especially on weekend. And if you people don't know, he's so much busy in his schedule. He's doing awesome stuff, like everywhere. You can follow him on Twitter as well as on LinkedIn, and you will find that he do free boot camps as well, and he has written some books as well. So make sure you read them. And I also did another interview with him in the past where we talked about it, so you can check it out as well. And to be honest, I started Kotlin reading his book. So he has been doing Kotlin for a long time now, and he's the really one person I can tell you that you should reach to him whenever it's about Kotlin, even if you want to learn Kotlin. So over to you, Antonio.
Thanks. So
Thank you.
let me know if you see the slides now when they load.
Yes, we can see.
So okay.
Yeah, all good.
Great. So let's get started. Thank you so much for being here today. Good afternoon to everyone. It's morning here yet, but today what I wanted to talk you about is about Hilt. I'm going to do an introduction to dependency injection using Hilt. I must say that I'm also a new guy using Hilt, so this is going to be a kind of light introduction, but I wanted to focus it more on why do we need dependency injection too, because many times we start using this kind of libraries without knowing what's the real goal of using dependency injection. So the first part will be showing why we need a solution like this one, and then I'll show you some live coding by where I will move a project from Dagger to Hilt. It's going to be very simple. So if you never used Dagger, don't worry, because I'll be explaining everything little by little. But I wanted to show that also for the ones that already know Dagger, so that they see how easy it is when compared to Dagger. So let's get started. I'm not going to stop much here because you already did it pretty well. But nowadays I'm a trainer, an Android and Kotlin trainer, and I have books, online trainings. I also do live trainings on companies. So that's where I'm mainly focused nowadays. So my name is Antonio Leiva, of course, for the ones who don't know about me, and I've been learning Kotlin since 2015, which is the year where I wrote the book, and also everything started to move. But I've been writing articles since maybe 2011 or something like that. So if you go to antonioleiva.com, you'll probably find a lot of content for many years there. So to start, what is Hilt? Hilt is a dependency injection library, which was written by Google. If you were using Dagger before, you may know also that Dagger 2 was also written by Google. So it's like a specialization of this library, because it's really integrated into the Android framework, so that everything is very easy to do when we are working with Android. And as I mentioned before, Hilt is based on Dagger. The goal of this library is to make dependency injection on Android very easy, so that we don't need to deal too much with the configuration of the library, which where if you have been working with Dagger before, you will know that it was a little bit too complicated to start with. The idea with Hilt is to be able to start with it in a few minutes and start doing awesome things in really no time. And you will see how easy it is in this talk. You may remember that nowadays is still an alpha. In fact, we are in the alpha 02 nowadays. And so be careful to use this on a production environment. If you do it, you may know that things can change in the future and that there may be some important bugs still in the library. So I wanted to start with this idea of why do I need Hilt? Because as I mentioned at the beginning, sometimes we try to use these kind of libraries because we think that they are important, just because we see other developers doing it, but we don't understand really why we need a library like Hilt or any other dependency provider like Dagger or Kotlin or any of these dependencies providers that we have and that we can use nowadays in Android. So the first point that I wanted to focus on is why do we need Hilt? And the need usually starts when we start applying different principles in our code, but especially the single responsibility principle. When we start learning that we cannot put all our code in the same class, and we start dividing our code in different modules that have single responsibilities, we start having some different issues, so some different, I wouldn't call them problems, but some different challenges that we need to solve in some way. This is because when we start dividing our code in different pieces, the thing that appears is that some modules require some other modules to do different tasks. And to do that, maybe I have one module. Well, I forgot to mention that this single responsibility principle is one of the solid principles that are very popular. Maybe many of you already know about them, but if not, take a look because they are quite important in development in general. So I can have one module that is called my module, for instance, and I have a couple of dependencies, two other modules that I need to run some parts of this code. So what we would normally do is to create these new dependencies inside the module that needs to use them. I'm putting new here, but you may know that in Kotlin new doesn't exist, but so that you understand that we are creating a new dependency here. We are instantiating the object inside the other object. This can be a good solution at the beginning, but when you start trying to improve your code in some other ways that we'll see later, you will see that this is not a very good idea. For instance, if I, as an observer, take a look at this module from the outside and try to understand what's happening inside it, I won't be able to detect that this module has dependencies with two other modules. So I can start changing things and run into problems because I'm not being able to detect what are the dependencies of this module. This is important to understand how the system works in general, and it's really useful to know which modules my module depend on, so that I can understand better how everything works. But this is not the only problem that we can have by creating the dependencies inside the module that is going to use them. The second problem that you may run into is when you want to test something. Normally in test, well, especially when we are doing unit test, what we want is to test a module or a class in isolation. So we don't want to depend on other dependencies, on other modules when we are running those tests, because if we do that and something fails, we won't know what dependency, what module is failing, if the one we are testing or another one that we are depending on. So normally in tests, what we do is to modify those dependencies, to substitute those dependencies with some mock dependencies or with some test doubles, So some definitions of those modules that we have control on and that we can control during the test to understand whether something is working or not. But if we create the dependencies inside the module, we don't have any way to modify them during our tests. So this is another issue that we run into at the moment that when we want to start doing tests on our base code. So it's really important that we have a way to provide those dependencies so that we first know what modules this module is depending on, and second, so that we can modify those dependencies during tests so that we can test that module in isolation. So there are some other things, but these are, in my opinion, the two most important to take into account when we are working with dependencies. And to do that, what we can do is something very easy. Instead of creating the dependencies inside the module, we can extract them and create the dependencies from the outside and provide them to that module. We have different ways, but the most common way and the one that I recommend is to do it through the constructor of the class. So this is very easy. Instead of doing the new inside the module, we provide the instances of those dependencies through the constructor of the module. It's a very simple refactor. And now when I look at that class, I can see that thanks to the constructor definition, that it has a couple of dependencies. I know the type of those dependencies, and I also can modify them during test, because when I build that instance in the test, I can provide the implementations of those dependencies that I want to use. It can be a real implementation, or it can be a mock implementation, a test double, or a fake, whatever I need for that particular test. So as you can see, this change is quite easy. But what happens when I do this with all the classes in my app? We can. Sorry, I forgot to mention that this is called inversion of control. Instead of creating my own dependencies, I provide them through the constructor. And this is really good. It's a very good idea, but this grows a lot in complexity when I do this all the time in my base code, because I start having things like this. I could have 8 or hundreds of modules in my app, and each of them need their own dependencies. I need to create them somewhere and then provide them to those modules. So this grows a lot and a lot in complexity. And when we do that, this means that our base code has a new challenge that it needs to solve, and usually you will use another component in your app to solve that issue, because otherwise you will be breaking the single responsibility principle again. If, for instance, I create all the dependencies in the activity and provide them through the presenters, view models, or whatever you're using, then I would be breaking the single responsibility principle again, because our activity would be doing what an activity usually does, and also it would be providing the dependencies. So the simplest way to solve this is to create another component in your app that provides the dependencies. You can do it manually, of course, and it can be a solution for small projects. But again, when this grows in complexity, it's important to have something that is very specialized and that provides us a simpler solution to cover all the possible cases that we can find in this situation. So here is when a dependency provider comes to our rescue. We can use any library that acts as a dependency provider, or even write our own one, so that we can simplify all this, and we have a single place where all these dependencies are created, where a dependency is able to to be built by using the other dependencies, it depends on, because for instance, the second module can have a dependency for the first module that also has dependencies on other modules. So as you can see, this all can grow a lot in complexity, and building those dependencies can become very, very complicated. So in general, what is dependency injection? I'm being a little broad here. I wanted to talk about dependency provisioning instead of dependency injection, because you may know, if you are active on Twitter, that there are many discussions about what dependency injection is, whether a library is a dependency injector or not. So when I call about dependency injection, think about dependency provisioning, a system that is providing dependencies to another system. The idea is for this dependency injector is to create and automatically provide those dependencies, so that we don't have to worry ourselves about doing this manually. And this is what Hilt does. So Hilt is here to provide that solution, and also to make it really easy in Android development. Hilt is very specialized to be integrated with the Android framework. So it understands how Android works, how all the life cycle of the components work, so that it becomes really easy to work with it. So what I'm doing here is to do a live example. I hope I won't mess it too much, but let's see it. Here I have a project, which is a project of one of my trainings, where I explain how to use Dagger. And what I'm going to do is to modify this to start using Hilt. It's a very simple app. You only have a list of movies here, and when you click on one of them, you see the detail of this movie. So very simple. I'm moving through the code very quickly so that you can understand how it's implemented, and then we are moving this to start using Hilt, so that you can see how easy it is. And also, if you know Dagger, you will see that we are removing parts of the code that we wrote in Dagger, because in Hilt they are no longer required. So here we have the movies app, which is an instance of application, and here I'm initializing the dependency injection. So here, if you know about Dagger, you may know that you need to do a couple of things here to create the component, to build all the components and all that. And here in di.kt, I have not in this one, I have a couple of modules that are providing the dependencies. Don't worry if you don't know about any of this, because I will be explaining when I use Hilt. Here I'm providing some of the dependencies that some other modules are going to be using. So very simple, a couple of modules. Then I have to create a component. Again, for people who know about Dagger, you may know that you need a component and then a set of modules to provide that link to that component to be able to provide them. And then for each activity, I also have a scope dependency injection. This means that these dependencies will only live while the activity is alive. When it dies, this sub-module, or however you want to call it, will die also. And when the activity is recreated, all these dependencies will be recreated again. So this is very interesting, because you can have a kind of singletons that only live while the activity is living. And the same for the detail activity. Here, for this example, I will only modify the main activity, because the detail activity is kind of very similar, and I wouldn't want to make this too long. But I hope that more or less you can understand how this works. We have the app that then has its dependency injector. The graph for the dependency injector, a set of dependencies that we mentioned before. It will be like a bucket of dependencies that then when a class needs them, it will go there, pick the dependency they need, and use them to create their own instance. So here we have this movies app. Then, as I mentioned, we have a couple of modules that have different dependencies. The app module is related to dependencies that need something from the framework or from the external libraries, and the data module, then it has some repositories. If you know a little about clean architecture and all that, you may be familiar with those topics. And if not, think that they are just dependencies that other components need to be built. And then, as we mentioned, we have for each activity, we have a module that is providing the view model and some use cases or some interactors, however you want to call them, some actions that the view model can run to execute an action from the app. So now we have understood more or less how this app is written. If not, it's uploaded to GitHub, so you can take a look later also. I'm starting to move this to start using Hilt. The first thing that we will need is to add some Hilt dependencies. So I'm going here to the app build Gradle, and I'm adding the dependencies. I'm copying and pasting some things because I don't know them by heart, obviously. So here you will see that we have a couple of dependencies. I think this is alpha 02. I think I'm missing something here. 1 second. No, that's okay. So these are the libraries that we need to start using Hilt. The first one is the library itself, and the second one is the compiler. It's the library that will create some code for us that will make Hilt able to run. And it's using the KIPT, the plugin that in Kotlin that generates code that you need to have it added here at the top. So that's it. With this, we can start using Hilt. There are a couple of extra things that you may need. The first one is a configuration for the KIPT plugin that you need to add here. That requires doing some things with the possible error types that the plugin may run into. And the second one, that is something optional, but I recommend to add it because it makes things quite more simple, is to add another plugin here, which is the Hilt plugin. This is an extra plugin that will make code simpler. We won't need to add some extra code that can make our code a little more complex. So again, I recommend to add it, and you will also need to apply the plugin here at the top. So let's do it too. We have this plugin that will make things a little more simple. Then when we have this, the first thing that we will need to do is to configure the application to start using Hilt. In the past, with Dagger, what we had to do, we saw it before. Let me find it here in app. Here, Movies app. We required all this code to configure Dagger because we have to create the components, code factory, create the components, etc. But in the case of Hilt, the only thing that we need to do is to use an annotation that will say that our application is using Hilt. So you can use the annotation Hilt Android app here, and all the rest is no longer required. What it will do is that when we call super on create, it will configure everything it needs regarding Hilt. So remember that every time you overwrite any on create here in the app or in the activity or wherever, always call super on create, because here is where the magic is happening. But apart from that, all this code is no longer required. With this, we are already saying that this app is using Hilt. After that, we will need to create the modules. The modules are the classes that are providing those dependencies. If you remember, we had a couple of modules here, and we marked them as module before with Dagger, and we were creating here some of the dependencies. The dependencies can be of a couple of types. They can be singletons, which means that the first time that this dependency is required, it will be created, and the next times it will return the same object that was created before. So we are creating like a singleton, but without the problems that a singleton has. That is that a regular singleton, if you know about the singleton pattern, the problem it has is that you can use it from everywhere, and you cannot be sure where it's using, because it's just by calling the class and getting the instance, you can use it from everywhere. And this is very dangerous for the two things, because of the two things that we mentioned at the beginning, because as an observer, we cannot be sure of where this is being used, and we cannot modify it either in the test. So it's very interesting to be able to create singletons here in the modules, but they are controlled by the dependency injector. When we use them in any modules, it will be provided by the constructor, so we will see the reference there, and we will have any of the issues of a regular singleton. If instead of using the singleton annotation, we just use the provides, this means that every time that we require this dependency, a new dependency will be created. So this code on the right side will be run again. So this is the main idea behind the dependencies. There are many more little things that you can do, but in general, this is the most important part. This is what you have to do when you use Dagger. And when you use Hilt, apart from using this module annotation, you can use a second annotation that is called install in, and you provide here the component where you are installing this module. In our case, we are using application component. Sorry. And what's this application component? In Hilt, there are a set of default components. Instead of having to write our own, as I had to do here when using Dagger, there are a set of components, of default components that we can use, and that will cover most of the situations that you can find while using a dependency injector in Dagger, in Android. Sorry. So it's very easy. It's very easy to start using Hilt because of this, because we don't have to worry about these components. In fact, this my movies component, I'll remove it in a minute. You will see that they are not required. And what components do we have by default? So I have a table here. There are a set of components that we have by default, and also they provide some dependencies by default too. So if we are using a module that requires the application and we are installing it in the application component, we can use the application without providing it in any ways, because the application component by default is adding them to to the set of dependencies that we can use in here. So here, for instance, if you see, we are using the application, but as we are installing this this module in the application component, this application dependency, we already have it by default. We don't have to do anything to provide it. The same happens for some other components. For instance, the activity component provides the activity, the fragment component provides a fragment, etc. We have a special one that we'll see later, that is the activity retain component, that instead of providing the activity, provides the view model. But I'll explain it a little more later. So you can see that just by installing the module in the specific component, everything becomes very easy. We just have to worry about providing the dependencies, or regular dependencies or singleton dependencies, depending on the annotations we use. And that's it. Once we have that, we can do the same with data module. We can say here that it should be installed in the application component. So what will happen with these dependencies? As they are installed in the application component, these are dependencies that will survive while the application is alive. So we don't have to worry about creating them again or having to provide them again in other modules. If they are in the application component, other modules that may require them, that are also installed or in the application component or in some subcomponents that we'll see later, can access to those dependencies without any issues. And now this My Movies component, if you don't know about Dagger, you can forget about all that. And if you use Dagger, you may remember that this is a bit of tricky configuration for Dagger. In Hilt, we can forget about it and delete it completely. Here, maybe I have to remove some dependencies, I don't know, but it doesn't matter too much. So, as you can see, we have removed a lot of code from here, and we also have simplified this just by adding a new annotation here. We have removed the component because now we have some default components that we can use to provide those dependencies. Great. So now that we have this, what will be the next step? So we have dependencies that can live during the whole app life. So they will be, if they are singletons, they will be always there. And if they are a lot, it can cause some memory issues because they will be there all the time. So when we are using a dependency that it's only available in some scope, it should be created for that scope and not for the whole application. And how is this done? It's done by using some components that are not tied to the application, but to other components inside the Android framework. As we saw, for instance, if we need some dependencies only for a certain activity, we can use an activity component. Or if we need some dependencies only for a view, we can use the view component. And the same for a service, for instance. If we want some dependencies that only will live while a service is alive, we can use a service component. And that way, those dependencies will be available only while they are needed. When that component disappears, those dependencies will also disappear and will stop using memory from the device. So, said that, let's move now to one of the activities, the main activity in this case. Let's see it quick. For instance, we have here, well, this is requesting a permission, so don't pay much attention to this. Then it's also using a view model. This is important because we'll see later that as Hilt is based on is focused on Android development, it will provide a way to create the view models in a simpler way. And also we are here, as we were using Dagger, we are creating here the Dagger sub component so that it happens the same when this activity dies, the sub component always also disappears. And an adapter or recycler, well, this is something that it doesn't matter too much right now. Just pay attention to this, that we have a view model here, and that this view model requires some dependencies that we are providing them here. In particular, it's using a provider that requires a movies repository. So well, all these dependencies are required to build the view model. As we were using Dagger, I used one of the many ways that exists in Dagger to provide a view model. Dagger was never prepared to provide view models, so we also had to find some tricky ways to do it. But in Hilt, you will see that it's really easy. So how do I start using dependencies on inside an Android component inside the framework, in the Android framework? There's another annotation that is called, if I remember okay, it's Android entry point, yeah, Android entry point, which is referencing that here we can use dependencies from Hilt. There are a set of components that can use this annotation. In particular, they are activities, fragments, views, services, and broadcast receivers. We can mark them as Android entry points, and thanks to that, Hilt knows how to create the component required for those activities, is able to create those dependencies, to make them disappear when the activity in this case is destroyed, and all that. So it does a lot of things for us, and we don't have to worry about that. As I mentioned, all the magic that this annotation is doing happens when calling supper on create. So never forget calling supper on create when you overwrite on create. And with that, we can start injecting dependencies here. And how could I add a dependency? I will just need to use the annotation inject. In calling with inject, we need to use late init var so that it can later inject the value that it's going to use. And if, for instance, I want to use something from, let's say, the data module, for instance, I want to get this movies repository. I just need to come here to the main activity and say movies repository, and this is of type movies repository. And that's it. With this, as this is marked as an Android entry point, it will be able to access to the dependencies that are currently in the Hilt set of dependencies, so in the Hilt graph, or however you want to call it. But if we want to create dependencies that are only tied to this activity, because, for instance, this main view model or the objects that the view model need to run are only required when this activity is alive, it doesn't make sense to add them to the general graph, to the app graph. So it's important to be able to create scoped graphs or scoped components that provide those dependencies. And how can I do that? If I come here to, well, first we can remove this line. This was also for Dagger, but in Hilt, as we mentioned, everything is done for us, so we don't need to do that anymore. And if I go to the activity module, this subcomponent, we don't need it anymore because we have the default components that Hilt provides, and we just need to install in, and here we would do activity component class, and that's it. It will, when these libraries are used in the activity, when these dependencies are used in the activity, they will only survive while this activity survives. If this activity is recreated or another activity is recreated that use those dependencies will also be recreated again. So it's that easy. This component, we no longer need it either. And this we'll see later how to create it. Okay, so now we can provide those dependencies only for this specific activity. And the next step would be, what can we do with this view model? Because right now the problem that we have here is that we are not very sure on how to create this view model. To do that, what we need to do is to mark this constructor so that it can inject the dependencies that it needs. The way to do it, I always do it like this because it's a little simpler for me. I mark it as a private constructor, but the private, I really don't need it. What I need is to mark this constructor with an annotation that is called view model. Sorry, inject view model. View model inject. But I'm not getting this dependency because I have to add some extra dependencies to support the view model. The view model is not supported by default. What you have to do is to go here again and add a couple of dependencies. You probably can remove these dependencies above, but I leave them just for reference that for the regular Hilt, you need the ones that come from Dagger, but at the very point that you start using something from Android X, you need to add the ones related to Android X, and in particular, these ones are related to the view model. With that, and if I sync, I should have this annotation now. If you have worked with view models, you may remember that to create view models that also require some arguments, it's kind of tricky because view models are created the first time that they are that the activity that need them are created, but then the next time with activity configurations, the view model survives to those configuration changes. So you need a kind of tricky way to create this dependency and also to recover them from the main activity. But you will see that with Dagger, this is really, really easy. Now, just by doing this, view model inject, you can start using the original way to recover view models, that if you remember is view model provider. Here you provide the view model store owner, that in our case is the main activity. This at main activity. And then you say the type of the main view model. So main view model class Java. Let me move this to another line so that you can see it better. Here, if you did it without Hilt, you would need to use a factory to provide the arguments that this main view model requires. But as we are marking this with view model inject, Hilt is able to provide that dependency without doing anything else. The only important thing is that those dependencies are being provided somewhere else. This Get Popular Movies, if you remember, is here, Get Popular Movies. I don't need this line anymore because it's being already provided by the view model inject annotation. And this movies repository is here in, if we go here to dependency injection data module, here is the movies repository is being provided. So we have all the dependencies that we need to create this view model, and Hilt already knows all those dependencies. But if you use some other libraries that Android X provides, this can be even much simpler. You just need to add this other dependency that is called activity KTX. That is the activity that Jetpack libraries provide, which has some extra features that are really useful. And in particular, if you add the KTX1, you are adding some features that are taking the most out of Kotlin to make our life simpler. So here we can now get back here, and instead of doing all this that we were doing before, we just need to use a delegate that this library provides that is called view models. And with this, you don't need anything else. You are providing the view model, and thanks to Hilt, it's able to recover that dependency to create it if it's the first time that we are running main activity, or to recover the old created one if we have, for instance, rotated the activity and it's being recreated or something like that. So very simple to work with view models here by using Hilt. And I think that's it. In my opinion, Hilt is a very important step forward because the problem with Dagger is that it had a very steep learning curve. It was a quite difficult library to understand. First, because of all the concepts that we need to understand before regarding inversion of control, dependency provisioning, also why we need these kind of solutions. The first part of this talk that I mentioned before, but also because it's a little bit tricky to configure and to understand. Now with Hilt, you have all the pieces that you need to make this really easy, just by using some annotations and providing the dependencies in a very easy way with functions that are marked with provides or provides singleton. You can provide all the dependencies you need and even create scoped graphs in a very simple way by using Android entry points and installing the modules in the activity component. So really easy, and I hope that you are interested in learning more about Hilt. I'm only grasping the surface of this library too, because it's very, very new, but I think that it will be a very good solution to finally start using dependency injection on Android on a standard way, because before we had many different ways and each developer used Dagger in many different ways, but nowadays with Hilt it's very straightforward to do and to follow. So that's it. I don't know if there are any questions that you want me to answer. I'm closing this. Hello.
Hey, Antonio.
Yeah, Antonio.
Okay.
Thank you so much for this awesome talk. We have definitely got not some, but many questions. Okay, so Antonio, the first question which I can see here is, should someone new to dependency injection start with Hilt, Dagger 2, or Coin?
In my opinion, I think that Dagger is interesting to learn at some point, because as Hilt is based on it, you will understand many of how it works by already knowing about Dagger. But I don't think that for a first step you need to understand Dagger to start using Hilt. The good thing about Hilt is that it's so easy that it's very easy to start using it. And something that was blocking people from start using dependency provisioning was that Dagger was very complex and people could have some fear to start using it. But now with Hilt, it's very easy to start with. And I wouldn't say that Hilt or Coin are one choice better from the other. Coin is still a little simpler than Hilt, but it's also not the the recommended way by Google. Google is putting their efforts on Hilt. So I think that in the future Hilt will be the choice. Anyway, if some people are already using Coin, it's a perfect solution too. But I would start with Hilt if I don't know anything about dependency injection.
Okay, so the next question is very much connected to this as well. The question is there any performance difference as well between these libraries like Hilt and Dagger? Oh, sorry, Dagger.
Performance compared with not using them, I guess.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, no, I mean, I wanted
yeah.
to. No, I was asking if they were referring at if is there any performance issues compared with not using any of these libraries? Because if that's the question, yes, there's a little performance because this is creating some extra code while compiling. So there will be a hit in performance there, and also when the app first starts. But they are already quite optimized so that this performance is not too high, and in the future it will be probably better, in particular with Hilt, because they are creating like a second version of KAPT, more focused in the Android framework. I don't remember the name exactly right now, but when Hilt starts using that plugin instead of KAPT, it will be much faster too. So things are going to be even better in the future, but I wouldn't stop using these libraries just because of the performance, because it's good in many other aspects, and it's an interesting thing to do.
Awesome. So yeah, the question was like, between these two, if there is like, better one in terms of performance.
I think they are more or less the same. I cannot say it for sure because I haven't done any performance tests, but I guess they will be more or less the same because the code under the hood is similar.
Cool. Next question coming is, if I use custom params in view model, do I need assisted inject annotation or multi-binding?
Not sure about the question. If he's referring about this
custom parameters in view model,
like this one, I guess you just need to use view model inject. With this, you already have all you need.
Okay, so got it. So basically, you have to use this view model inject annotations, right?
Yeah, that's it. And with this, Hilt already knows how to build this view model, and it will be provided when you need it.
Okay, cool. Last question, which I'll pick here is, there is a question: can Hilt be used by library authors? How to use Hilt in this case where we can't have access to application class?
Sorry, can library be used?
So there are like two questions. One is, can it be used by library authors? Second one is, how to use Hilt in the case, let's say, where you don't have the access to application class.
Let me think, because I guess that library authors shouldn't rely much on dependency injection. They should leave that part to the people that are building the application, because they may not want to use a dependency injection, and you probably would be forcing them to use Hilt, which is not a good idea. And the second one, if you don't have access to the application, that shouldn't be the case. I don't know. I cannot think of a situation regarding that, but I don't have an answer for that. So I don't know.
Okay.
What to say there? Sorry.
Maybe I think I'm not sure. I haven't used it, but can't that be directly used through activities?
Without using an application component and using just activity components. Yeah,
probably.
I don't think there's an issue with that. I haven't tried it, to be honest, because you usually
Yeah.
need something in the application component. But if you don't need it, I guess it should work too.
Yes, sure. So I think that's it, Antonio. Thank you so much for joining us and giving us your precious time. Really honored to have you here.
Thank you, and thanks for inviting me. And I hope the rest of the event goes really
Thank you
great
so much.
because you have a lot of very good speakers these days.
Thank you so much, Antonio. See you around.
Thanks. See you.
Okay, guys. So um, this was Antonio Leiva, and now we will move to another session. But before that, what do you think about the quiz? A small quiz. Please let me know in the comments quickly. I'm waiting for you to let me know if you want the quiz right now or maybe after this talk. I'm waiting in the comments. You can write it live. We have around 60 people watching right now. So, and I am seeing so many questions about Flutter and Firebase. To be honest, this is not the perfect time to ask it, but obviously I'll be around and I'll definitely answer your question, but not in this stream, maybe with some other stream. And um, PK Live Weekly was supposed to happen, but because of Android Stream Day, it's not happening this week. So next week we'll do that. So I'm waiting for a few more people to join. Before that, let's move to next session. Then probably we can go ahead with the quiz. Or what do you say? So our speaker is already here. So I think we should probably switch to our next session and then we will do the quiz. So we'll be back in a while, and yeah, keep watching. Next session is by Bhavya, and she will be talking about writing performant layouts. This is definitely one of the things which you should definitely watch. So I'll be coming very, very soon. So let's see.
Live streaming is on.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Hi everyone. Welcome back to another stream day. So right now we have with us Bhavya Rattan, who is an Android engineer at Fuel. And growing up, she wanted to be a writer. So guess what? She writes codes now. And she will be talking on writing performant layouts. And over to you, Bhavya.
Hi everyone, Bhavya here. I'm working as an Android engineer at Fueled, and today I'm going to talk about how to write performant layouts in Android. So, with the ever increasing complexity of mobile applications, you will never want user reviews like this app is janky or it is too slow on my device. So, to solve this jank problem, today we are going to discuss what causes this jank, how to diagnose it, and finally some tips on writing performant layouts which can help you reduce the jank. So let's get started. So let's talk a brief about the background of how Android renders to understand it better. With the device screen refresh rate of 60 FPS on most of the devices these days, there is a vertical sync or vsync event triggered every 60 seconds, and there is a class, Android OS class called choreographer, which kicks in 60 times in a second, and a bunch of events happen after that when it asks the vsync to refresh the screen. The screen refresh events get sent to the UI thread, which then processes all the input events and runs any pending animations and performs the whole layout traversal, measures the layout, lays out the views, draws them, and finally syncs the information to the render thread. The render thread then gets all this information and processes it as events or executes the commands, which is just like the native OS operations. It then gets the buffer from the GPU, executes the GPU commands as some OpenGL stuff, and finally swaps the buffer and gives control to the GPU. The graphics system then performs a process called compositing, and the screen is finally, your UI is finally rendered on the screen. So there is a lot of this whole processing involved just for rendering a single frame on the screen. So with a refresh rate of 60 FPS, you just have approximately 16 milliseconds to render a single frame. So an optimization of even 1 millisecond can provide you with huge benefits. That's why it's really important to optimize your layouts. So now let's see how if you are still not convinced enough, let's take a look at how you can diagnose the problem and see if there is an issue in the first place, which you or the layout is causing a janky behavior. Because unless we diagnose it, that there is a layout problem, we would never want to optimize it. So diagnosing the problem, Android Studio comes bundled with a lot of amazing tools to our rescue. Let's take a look at them one by one. So Layout Inspector, it is a really amazing tool which helps you to see a graphical representation of your layout hierarchy in the form of a tree. So you can basically, the tree representations helps you get to know that there are so many layouts which are nested, and helps you get rid of all the unnecessary nested layouts. Then there is Lent, which comes with the useful set of rules that can pinpoint the problem or the issue and also provide useful suggestions to fix them. Then there is systrace. So what systrace does, it provides a graphical representation of what is happening behind the scenes, or which processes are consuming your CPU. And along with the graphical representation, it also provides you with the functions which are taking so longer to execute, so that you can know, okay, this is what's causing the issue, or this is what's consuming the CPU. One of my favorite tools and the best one is the Android Profiler, because it tells you, again, it provides a graphical representation, and along with that, it also tells you what are all the processes being executed. It also helps you capture a trace, just like this is trace. And if you are not interested in too much of information, or systrace can sometimes be overwhelming as it provides you with a lot of behind the scenes info. So you might want to use Android Profiler to get a trace in those cases, as the information is a bit less, and you can see a graphical representation of all the processes running in the CPU, or what's consuming your memory, or what's consuming your network. So here is a screenshot from one of my applications where I used Android Profiler to capture a trace for my app. So as you can see, for optimizing layouts, we want to monitor the CPU usage. And that's what you can monitor a lot of other things as well. But for layouts in specific, CPU usage is what we want to look at. As you can see, there is a red bar here in the frame section. So the red color represents that it is a dropped frame, or it's taking longer than 16 milliseconds. And below this, you can see the threads that are getting executed. On the right hand side, you can see a breakdown of the whole traversal flow, and along with that, like you can see like how long is each traversal, measure, draw, and layout phase taking to execute. So with this amazing graphical representation, we now know that a frame is dropped, and which one we can also know which frame is dropped while you take a trace from the profiler. So now we know there is a problem. The next step is to know what is causing this frame to be rendered slowly or across this 16 millisecond window. Let's take a look at that. So whenever there is a layout rendered on screen, the system performs the whole layout and traversal pass on the framework performs the entire operation on all the children as well. So the usually it is quite quick, and the layouts are whole of the execution is quite quick, and the layouts are rendered quite quickly. However, sometimes for really complex layouts, the system might have to perform multiple traversal and measure passes to finally position the views which require multiple passes to position them on the screen. So having to perform more than one traversal and measure pass to render a layout on the screen is known as double taxation, and double taxation can be one of the causes as to why your frame is taking more than the 16 millisecond time. So let's take a look at the couple of scenarios which cause this double taxation behavior. First one is a linear layout with layout weights. It requires the children views to be measured twice. So you definitely want to avoid layout weight unless it's too necessary in your layouts. Grid layout with weights or fill gravity loses all the pre-processing benefits. So you might know that grid layout is very efficient and has a lot of pre-processing benefits when it comes to rendering layouts on screen. But if you add multiple weights to the children or add fill gravity to the layout, you just lost all of those benefits. And a relative layout, it always takes at least 2 passes to render all the elements on screen and to finally position them. So a relative layout will always result in double taxation. And then if you're still not convinced enough to get rid of a relative layout, then you might need to check out the official documentation. They have also mentioned there that relative layout usually takes longer than constraint layout or other layouts. So reusing layouts is another thing that we all love to do, and it's great from code readability perspective, and everyone reuses layouts pretty much all the time in their application. Now let's take a look at this layout header. It is just a simple header layout which we would be including in our activity with the include tag and very basic code there again. So when we include this layout in our activity, let's take a look at how compiler interprets it or what's happening behind the scenes. So how compiler interprets it is something like this. You can see we have nested constraint layouts. It is like you're paying 10 extra bucks for your coffee just for an extra cup. We don't need this extra cup here, right? We don't want to have these nested constraint layouts. Like, that's just extra cost there. So how can we avoid this extra cost? There is a very simple and easy way to get rid of this nested behavior, which is by using the merge tag. So here I just have the same header layout that I had earlier with the constraint layout view group as the parent. But now, instead of that constraint layout, I have replaced it with the merge tag here, and the parent tag here lets you specify how this layout will look in the parent view group that it will be a part of later when you include it. So I have given the parent tag as constraint layout here, so it will help me. It will show the layout in the editor the same way it will look when it's included later. So it's a really amazing tag that comes to our rescue. So now when this layout, we include it in a similar way using the include tag, But what happens behind the scenes is this. So we just save those extra $10. Here you can see the nested constraint layout is gone, and that's the magic of merge tag. What merge does is it places all the elements included in the tag directly here in place of the include tag. So we do not have that nested constraint parent now, and which is amazing. One more key thing to note here is like the ID. Here you can see it is header. I have specified this ID in my text view here, but in the previous example, this ID was specified as a part of the include tag. But if we do not provide an ID to the layout here in the optimized layout here, we will not be able to position it correctly when we finally include it. So your layout will jump. Here you can see in the second text view, it is positioning itself, its top to the bottom of header. So make sure that the ID that you use here to position is same as the ID that you specify inside the view in the merge tag, just so that the positioning is correct and your layouts are not jumping here and there, because we usually provide an ID to the include tag and then position that way. But in this case, we want to provide an ID to the element inside the merge tag and not at the time of including while using with include. So that was easy. And now let's take a look at some other optimizations that we can do. A lot of times it's not the double taxation. It's not that the double taxation scenarios are happening as a drawback of the parent layout you're using. So a quick rescue is to adopt a cheaper layout. These are certain guidelines that I usually tend to follow to help me decide which parent I want to use while writing my layouts. So if you have complex layouts and there is a lot of positioning involved there, you can just go with the constraint layout and it would be very efficient and cater for positioning all the elements in complex layout scenarios. Now, if you just want to stack elements vertically or horizontally, there is no need to go for a constraint layout. Linear layout is always better when you want to just stack them top down or from left to right. Then if you want to place views on top of each other to create an overlay effect, a frame layout is the key. Avoid using relative layout altogether. And if you're still not convinced, I would like to quote the official developer documentation here, which says in the end release of Android, the constraint layout provides a similar functionality to relative layout, but at a significantly lower cost. Now, some people are just fan of graphical representations, or they want the facts to be backed up by data. So we have a graph here as well, which I created after running a series of tests and measuring performance of constraint layout alongside the traditional layout approach using a relative layout or multiple linear layouts. So as you can see in the graph, a constraint layout is 40% more efficient than traditional layout approaches like relative layout or nested linear layouts. So that's about using cheaper layouts. Now, sometimes in your applications, you might have scenarios where you do not want to load a view just right out of the box when you display a particular screen. Like we have this progress layout here, which we normally include in our applications in a fragment, something like this, with an include tag. And then we toggle the visibility of this progress layout, right? That's what we usually do. But what if user never interacted with the screen or never performed any action which will lead to the visibility of this progress layout, so it will never be visible, then why are we inflating this in the first place? So is there a way to delay the inflating of this progress layout? The answer is yes. We can delay the loading of views using a view stub. A view stub is nothing but it's just a cheaper layout which doesn't have any dimensions, or it doesn't take more cost while loading the screen. So you can just replace that include tag with a view stub, and it's very simple. So what you want to do is just provide a inflated ID for the layout that you want to refer in the later stage once it is inflated, and that's it. That's all you need to do while using a view stub. And to finally display the view stub on screen, you can just call inflate, or you can set the visibility to visible, and that's it. The view stub would be inflated on screen. One key thing to note about view stub or to take into account is that once the view stub is inflated, the stub reference would itself become null. So if you refer the view stub or the stub here in the later stage, it will return a null. You can instead refer the view group later in your cycle or in your fragment. The inflate function returns you with a view group that is inflated. So you can keep it and then use it later to refer to that view group. So that another thing about view stub is that it provides a really great trade-off between efficiency and like caters this use case when you want to just delay loading of views, just saving you the extra cost and memory in the initial loadings itself. Now let's take a quick recap of what we have learned so far. So always profile your code and look for the red frames. That's how you diagnose the problem. Avoid using nested layouts, and you can use the merge tag instead. Then you should keep your hierarchy shallow and wide. And I like to stress more on this because the deeper the hierarchy, the more passes it would require, and then you will end up in the double taxation problem again. So it's always a good practice to keep your hierarchy flat as much as possible. Then make constraint layout your best friend that we just saw with an example as well. And you can delay the loading of views using view stub. So that's about it. Now, all these are good things. They come at a price. The merge tag, one issue with that is there is no data binding support available out of the box for merge tag. So if you are using a merge tag and then you are using data binding as well in your layouts, you might end up writing a custom binding adapter if you want to support data binding. Like till now, it's not supported out of the box, but we are always like, we can always write binding adapters, and it's very simple to write them. Then constraint layouts can sometimes be difficult to maintain with a lot of views in a complex layout hierarchy. So that's a pain as well sometimes. Now, view stub is a rescue only when you don't want that layout immediately on the screen, which serves a very few cases. So you might want to decide like in your application if you actually want to delay the loading or not, or if it serves your purpose. So view stub is in itself very specific and caters to just a few specific use cases nonetheless. And over optimization is not something you want to end up doing. Like this monitoring and profiling your code, this entire process is a bit time consuming, so you don't want to, devote a lot of time and effort just because some you see some layout. So over optimization, I would recommend, is not that cool. And yet again, as I mentioned, profiling is easier said than done. And that's it from my end. Are there any questions or anything at all that I can answer?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, there are actually many questions. So I will ask them one by one. So first question is by Sri Harsha Chilakapati. He asks that doesn't constant layout take multiple passes? It does need to compute the resultant constraint among all constraints in a view. Uh, what's when chains are used?
Yeah. So constraint layout, as he mentioned correctly, does take multiple passes. But if you look a little bit more about what's happening behind the scenes, so when constraint layouts were actually written, there were a lot of like there were a lot of efficient algorithms that the constraint layout uses behind the scenes to render those views and saves you all the time. It's not like the traditional relative layout or linear layout. When the Android team started with the constraint layout, they just wrote it from the scratch again, the entire view group. So it comes bundled with a lot of efficient algorithms running behind the scenes, which reduces the overall time to render your layout on screen. So that's why even after those multiple passes, it's still more efficient. And you can check that out as well by monitoring performance on any of the layouts, just like what I did to plot that graph.
Got it. So next question is since suppose I have a button which increments the edit text value by +1. So should I keep the logic of updating the value in view model, making the activity dumb?
Yes.
Yeah. Another question is that I think you already answered the question. It's that my question is on the usage of merge tag. If I only have a single view to show, for example, a text view, why to use a merge view group wrapper? Can't we use text view directly? I think you already answered the question.
Yes. So the layout that I presented in my presentation was just for the sake of ease to understand. So he's totally correct about using a single text view there. But when you have, like, we don't usually have this. Like whenever we are including a layout, the include comes in picture in the first place when there are a lot of nested layouts, and there we want that code reusability and separation. So my point that I wanted to drive home was about using merge tag when there are multiple views, and so we are replacing include with merge and not replacing a single view with merge. So does that answer the question?
Yeah, it definitely does. So yeah, to have it in a short way. Whenever you have a text view, no need to replace it with merge. Whenever you have include, you can replace it with merge, right?
Yes, exactly. Yeah, that's what we are looking for. Like whenever you are including a layout, then you want to use the merge tag for those included layouts instead of the parent view group, like to avoid nested view groups,
Yeah,
right? If you're just having a text view, then there is no nested view group, so there's no need to use merge.
yeah, makes sense. Next question is when have you found performance budgets useful, and how do you set and monitor the render time limits?
Yeah. So there is a frame matrix class available in Android. So what I did was I used that class, and there are also trace methods in systrace or in the profilers. So I place just like, this begin and end at the part of the code. Like if the layout, I place the begin trace dot begin where I wanted to monitor, and then trace dot end where I wanted to stop profiling to get a trace of that particular section. And that's how I monitored, like moving to those layouts one by one. And the second part of the question, I believe, is when we want to do it, right?
Yeah.
So when you want to do is when like we can always keep in mind these certain rules or guidelines to write performant layouts in the first place itself. But now then happens is your app is live, it's on Play Store, and then you start getting these user reviews that there is a jank on the screen, or the app is getting slow on the screen. So that's another good pointer to start monitoring that particular layout or that particular fragment in your application.
Yeah. Another related question and last question in this session is that are there any specific tools that can help you measure the performance proactively or profiling proactively?
Yes, definitely. That's what I mentioned as well. You can place trace calls in your code itself and specify if you want to run them just in a debug build variant and not in snapshot or release variant. So you can place those calls in your code where you think that it will cause some issues, and then you can just leave them there and it will always profile your code for the debug variant.
Yeah. That's all for all of the questions as of now. So yeah, people, everyone, you can if you have any further question, you can reach out to Bhavya in Twitter. Uh, so yeah, thanks,
Thanks,
Bhavya.
Bhavya. Thanks,
Thank
Shivu.
you for inviting me. It was great.
Yeah,
Thank you.
we are lucky to have you here, and a really good presentation about performant layouts, because I think many people make UIs, but just using dragging and dropping, and they think it's all sufficient. But once you go into that optimization zone, which we are in as of now, I guess in 2020, because I believe a few years back it was all about writing apps, however you write it. Then it came to UI UX, that should be good as well. And I think now it's also all about who will make a performant app or the optimized apps. So thank you so much. So that was Bhavya, and I don't want to restrict you from the quiz. So we will be starting quiz in a while, maybe in next 5 minutes. So if you are interested, then write yes right now, and I'll be back in 5 minutes with the quiz. Also, I have seen that many of you who are watching haven't subscribed to the channel. Please do that. Like the video as well if you want to support this live stream, Android Stream Day as a whole, and all the streams which we do here. So I'll be back in a while. Thank you. Hello guys, if you can watch me, just let me know. And if you are ready for the quiz, then also let me know. I am so much excited for the quiz, by the way. And let us know as well how it's going for you, the entire stream. We are like we are still waiting for more speakers to join, and yeah, we will have sessions till the night, so be here. And thanks for being here. It's not an easy thing to stream all the time, especially when it's about code. It's about it's not entertainment kind of stuff, but for coders this is the entertainment which they want. So let me know if I'm audible properly, and if I am if you can see me as well. It's all good. Then we can move to the quiz. Okay, so what I'm waiting for is more people. So if you are ready for the quiz, write yes right now. Yes, YES. And also make sure you subscribe to the channel and you liked the video as well, this one. And for tomorrow there will be a new video which will be coming out, so I'll share the link very soon. But as of now, I want more audience to join us for the quiz. It is going to be very easy, to be honest. The first quiz is going to be very easy, so anyone can join. Even if you don't have Android experience, then also you can join, and nobody is gonna judge you, so it's all good. And it's just for sharing knowledge. It's just for having some fun time, and it's just for getting some ideas about few things which if you don't know. So, and one more thing guys, this quiz hasn't been prepared by me. This quiz has been done by our volunteers, so shout out to them, especially Praful Mishra and Carlo Lucera. They have prepared this quiz for you, and shout out to them again. So please check them out as well on our website stream.mtechviral.com. You can find the Twitter links of all of us who are organizing this Android Stream Day. So the links are there, and some of the links I'll put in the description as well. And if you want to follow the channel related stuff, then also you can do that. So we have 50 people watching right now, and the good part is that we have got so many number of playbacks, which means that all of you have checked it out. So very thankful to you, and please join fast. We will start the quiz, and I want to hear more yes from you guys. Just type yes. It just takes a couple of seconds to write yes, and apart from that, you just have to write yes, and then like the video as well. Also, if you want to support our channel, support our stream, then you can donate to this channel using super chat, as well as you can become a member of the channel, or you can also go to patreon.com/mtechviral and you can do the donation. All the donation will be used for these kind of events, for these kind of plans which we have, and for the benefit of the channel. We don't use donations for our own benefit. So if you are ready for the quiz, say yes, and please keep sharing the video with your friends. Keep sharing the stuff with whoever you want. Please tag me wherever you share that. Also use the hashtag ASD, which means Android Stream Day, or you can use hashtag Android Stream Day itself. So share about it on Twitter, LinkedIn, Facebook, Instagram. If you want to follow me anywhere, then you can follow me on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, LinkedIn, GitHub, everywhere. So the links are in the description, so check it out as well. So the yes is for quiz. So right now the time is 4:45 or something. Okay, 4:45 exactly. So we will start the quiz, and you will get 10 minutes to fill the quiz or to submit the quiz. So here is the link of the quiz which I am sending right now, and after 10 minutes I will stop accepting the responses. So make sure you participate quickly and answer all these questions. It's a Google form, so go there and use it. And now I'm about to send you the quiz. 1 second, I'm just sharing it, and I'll also share the result also after this. So let's see. Yes. So, okay, so I have sent you the link of the quiz in the chat. You can check it out. And what you have to do is you have 10 minutes. So the quiz will end around 5:47, and then there will be a break of half an hour, and we will be joined by Rishit, who is a suspense speaker, to be honest, because I'll talk about him and the achievements which he has done. And the good part is he's just in 10th class, 10th grade, so that's just interesting, right? So he'll be talking about machine learning. So yeah, I know you guys are interested, but right now it's time to fill the quiz. So go ahead and submit the quiz as soon as possible. I'm looking at responses right now. The link is in the live chat as of now. Check it out. It starts from docs.google.com. So you have 10 minutes only. Then we will share the results, and then we will do something else. We will wait for some time, and then Rishit will join us around 5:30 for the next talk. So 50 people are watching. How many responses we got so far? It's a very easy quiz, guys. Try to fill. I'm still waiting for responses. I'm sending the link once again. Let me know if you face any issue. Okay, we got our first response. We got 3 responses. Super awesome. 10 questions are there, guys, and chances are that how many people will win? Let's see. Guys, time is running. You just have 5 to 7 minutes more to fill the quiz. I have got around 10 responses already. So people are very fast. It's just 10 questions and it's very, very easy. So even if you don't know it, then also just try it out, because it's more about, just thinking that how much we know about the legacy of Android. And trust me, it's fun. And then you'll get a break, so don't worry. You can take your time. Just wait for a moment and submit the quiz, and then just take a break for half an hour. Actually, it was a decent question, I guess. From which version? It was mandatory to ask for runtime permissions. No correct answers? No, there should be one. Oh, this is interesting. I have to check it out. What happened with that particular question? So let me just check. Is it working fine? Please let me know if the quiz is working fine. We have already got 14 responses. I'm still 15 responses now. I'm still giving some time to you guys. Still 5 minutes to go. Please fill the form quickly. Already 17 responses, going pretty good. And to be honest, it's very interesting. The numbers what I see is really interesting, and super happy to see it coming. And I will be joining very soon. Just wait a moment. Okay, it's coming good going, guys. 20 responses now, and we still have 5 minutes, so just do it quickly, and let's see who wins. Yes, it totally works. Even if you're not aware about the question, then also it's totally fine. Don't feel bad if you don't know about it, or if you feel like it's not a competition. It's just a fun way to know more about it, to know what we don't know. So that's how we planned it, and it's not about winning. It's just about sharing some knowledge, and it's a very easy quiz for the beginners of Android. So after that we will move to a few more quizzes. So let's see how it goes, and I'll be joining you again from another place. So I am back from here. So guys, we don't have much time now. We have only 3 minutes, and the number of responses are just 27. So I still I'm seeing that 50 people are watching right now. So at least 40 of you can, or maybe all of the 50 can actually submit the quiz. So I'm pasting the link for one more time, and you have to submit in next 3 minutes. And I'll be very honest with you. I won't give you much time after that. Going good, guys. So many mixed answers. It's pretty good. Please, guys, hurry up. Time is running. Only 3 more minutes. Submit the quiz quickly. I'm expecting at least 10 more responses. We have got 27 responses so far. 50 people are watching, and at least we want maybe 35. 27 is the current number. So go ahead and fill some more. Let's wait for 2 more minutes, and then I'll disable the response. Jantu Deb 5/10. Thanks for the super chat, by the way. So guys, yes, if you want to support the channel, you can do super chat. If you want, maybe if you want to do Patreon, then also you can do that. You can go to patreon.com/mtechviral, and you can also become the member of the channel to support us. So that's all you can do. And if you don't want to do any of that, then at least like the video, become the subscriber, and yeah, that's pretty much good. Let's see who wins this quiz. 1 more minute to go, and I have got 29 responses so far. And shout out to Praful and Carlo Lucera for making this quiz. So it's totally up to them how they planned it. But really good. 30 responses, guys. 5 more. 1 minute. Can we expect like 5 more responses in next probably 1 minute or 60 seconds? So one more, 31. 4 more to go, and 50 seconds to go. And then we will be going for the next session in half an hour. Before that, I'll definitely share you who won. And I can see there are multiple winners. So many of the people know exactly what is the right answer. For all of them. So 32 responses, guys, and 33 we so I'll count for 20. Okay, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. So that's it, guys. I am now disabling the responses. We have got 35 responses. So thanks for doing it. And now I'll share my screen and let's see who won it. Pretty good stuff. Let's do share screen. Share audio as well. Okay. So I hope you can see my screen. So we got 35 responses at the end, and that's pretty good. So 50 people were watching and 35 people have voted. So let's see who won. So it was pretty kind of 8 by 10 points is the median average. Like everyone got 8 points. So that's pretty good. That means that it was easy. So scores, if you see, a lot of people scored 10. Urvish Panchal, Varun Tandon, who else? Harsh, Ashokan, and Ravi Rawal, TVS Seni, Rameshwar, TP, T Pradeep Kumar, something like that, AB Cordia. So yeah, these were the guys who scored 10. There were many people who scored 9 as well, 8 as well. So let's see the questions. Which was the first named version of Android? So Apollo, Butterfly, Gingerbread, or Cupcake. So right answer is Cupcake. Before that, Alpha Beta was there. Which one needs to be declared in the manifest? Notification manager, array, async task, or activity? So the right answer is activity. And if you are not aware about it, then once you start with Android, you will get to know it. What is the first callback called for a new activity? On start, on create, on destroy, on resume. Out of these 4. So the answer is on create. So as soon as you override this method, that's how your activity starts. So basically, you define all your views here. You specify all the IDs here. Which library can be used for network calls? Retrofit, Room, JSON, or Butter Knife? The answer is Retrofit. Out of these 4, Room is for your SQL and all those database related things. JSON is for parsing, and Butter Knife is basically for your data binding. Which was the last dessert name used for an Android version? Oreo, pie, marshmallow, or ice cream sandwich? So answer is pie. How? Because after that it became 10, Android 10, Android 11. From which version it was mandatory to ask for runtime permission? it was Marshmallow. So 6.0 is the correct answer. Which one can be used to store data? As I told you, room. Service is for different purpose. Broadcast receiver is different. Manifest is for specifying all the permissions and activities. When was the first version of Android was out? So 8, 7, 10, 12. So answer is 8. Which version implemented the material design for the first time? Lollipop. Before that, there was very ugly design, to be honest. But yeah, people were happy with that as well. Which was the first number version after the named one? So the first version, as I told you, Android 10, or few people call it, what they call it, Q, Android Q. Now Android R is coming, basically Android 11. So yeah, that's it, guys. Thank you so much for all the responses which you gave, and thanks for joining. We will be back after half an hour with the next session, which will be taken by Rishit. I will talk about machine learning with Android, and also he's someone who is just you can say, like, is just in 10th grade, so there is a lot of inspirations which you can take from him, a lot of learning from him, how he did it and all the things. So see you guys very soon, and take a break, like the video, subscribe to the channel right now. Thank you.
Live streaming is on.
Go ahead.
Hi everyone, welcome back to Android Stream Day. Today we have with us Rishit Dagli, who is a co-organizer of DLR, Kotlin Mumbai, and along with that, he is also a TEDx speaker, and he you won't believe he is just a class 10 student. And today he will be talking on using a machine learning on Android apps. Crazy, right? So yeah, let's hear him. Over to you, Rishit.
Thank you, Rigu, for the wonderful introduction. Hi, everyone. And as you said, I'm Rishit. Today, we'll be talking about how you can use ML in your Android apps, all about what's new in Android 11. So, I guess Rigu covered a lot of this, but a bit about me. As he said, I'm a grade 10 student, TEDx and TEDx speaker. I've also won a lot of hackathons and competitions, also represented my country in some and won them. And you can know more about me at this URL. This is my website. You can know more about me, about what I do over here. Before I move any forward, I've switched on captions from my end, so it can possibly be easy for you. And before I start with the talk, I would really like to thank Saik Paul, who's a MLGDE, and Khan H. Leviat from Google for reviewing these slides and helping me put together these slides. So let's start with the ideal audience for this talk. It would be mobile developers who are looking for ways to build smarter apps with ML. So let's say you want to do something like face recognition or object detection in your apps. Yes, this is the right talk you have come to. It would also be mobile developers looking for ways to integrate ML into existing apps very easily. So you have an app, you want to use an ML algorithm which your team has developed in your app, you can do this is the right talk. So first let's start off with why you should care about ML in Android. So I'll not talk a lot about this, so we can get to the cool stuff very quick. But I'm sure you all know about how the number of Android devices have increased exponentially, and are also aware about how ML is revolutionizing almost every industry. So it makes sense to make this power of ML available to everyone, harness the power of ML. And how do you do that? You use mobile devices. And I'm pretty sure we all use products like Google Photos, Gboard, Gmail, or Prisma. And it is due to ML that these products are so much powerful. So, having talked about why care about ML in Android, let's we are going to majorly talk about on-device ML today, due to some reasons which we'll soon come to. And Android 11 has a lot of cool stuff for on-device ML. So, what's this hype about on-device ML or ML on edge all about? The idea is to use ML such that, opposed to the traditional approach, I no longer send my data to a server or some cloud-based system which does all the ML for me and gives and then returns me the outputs. I instead get outputs or inferences from my ML model on the device itself. So as you might have guessed, I no longer send data out of my device at all. I do all of the computation in the device itself. Yeah. So as I said, I do all the computation in the device itself. No need to send data out. No need to send data out of the device to some cloud or state server or some server in general. So okay, that's about on-device ML. But why should I care about on-device ML? So the first thing that will come to your mind is power consumption. I spend a lot of power sending or streaming my data continuously. So let's say you have a video stream, you need to continuously send your data to a cloud hosted server and then receive the data. So, and sometimes this becomes infeasible to do so. But in but worth a mention, in some scenarios, the opposite could also be true, as pre-processing for the ML algorithms, to pre-processing the data for these algorithms could be a pretty power-consuming task. But most of the times, power consumption is a thing to consider while doing on-device ML. Another important thing to consider is the time it takes to get the output, or essentially run the model itself, get inferences from the model. For real-time applications, this is a pretty important aspect to consider. So let's say you are doing some ML on a video stream, and in that case, which is the case for most of the ML applications, you'd you would have to get the inferences very fast. There's no space for latency over there. So on-device ML can largely reduce your inference time. And finally, this is sending the data is expensive in terms of network availability. I should have the bandwidth or network to continuously send the data and receive inferences from the server. So again, on-device ML, if you have something like which you want to run remotely or in areas where there is no proper network availability, on-device ML usually does the task. And for this reason itself, on-device ML on IoT devices is so much in hype. Finally, security. So I no longer send my data to a server or cloud-based system. I no longer send data out of my device itself. So what does that mean? I essentially have better security enforced, as I no longer have to send data out of my device. So these are a few things why you should care about on-device ML. And as I said, Android 11 has a lot of cool updates for on-device ML, and we'll try to cover the major updates. But since I'll be time bound, I'll not be able to cover all the updates, a lot of them. So we'll cover the major updates. So now let us discuss what Android 11 has for you to do all what we discussed. On-device ML, not sending data out of the device, doing the processing and the inference part in the device itself. One of the most coolest updates from in Android 11, from my perspective, is the model binding plugin, or the ML model binding plugin. So you might have. So what does the ML model binding plugin do? You can make a fair enough guess from the name itself, model binding. So, yeah, just think about it for a moment. What could model binding plugin do? Just with the name model binding, it's pretty much related. Before I move any further, you would need Android Studio 4.1 or about to do all of this. ML model binding plugin is available with Android Studio 4.1 or above. The ML model binding plugin makes it super easy for you to use a TensorFlow model or a TensorFlow Lite model in your app. You essentially have a lot less code to write that calls the TensorFlow Lite Android support library. You can import the TensorFlow Lite model very easily with ML binding plugin. Read the input-output signature of the model, which is essentially what kind of, let's say I'm making an image-based model. So what kind of image does my model take in? Is it 24 by 24 images, or is it something else? So you can read the input-output signature of the model and use it with just a few lines of code, which you will soon see. Another thing to note over here is model binding plugin makes it super easy to use as I no longer, if you have used TensorFlow Lite models in the previous versions, you would know that you had to convert everything to a byte array before sending data to the model. So with model binding plugin, I no longer have to do that, making it even easier to use. And um, what I also love about this new plugin is you can very easily make use of GPUs or hardware accelerators, like like an example which I already mentioned, GPUs or the neural network API, very easily with this. With the model binding plugin, I feel using them has never been easier. Using any kind of hardware acceleration, so with the model binding plugin, enabling hardware acceleration is just a dependency call away and one line of code away. So again, super easy to do all of this. Isn't that cool what you can do with ML model binding plugin? So again, there's one more thing. Of course, this would make your development a lot more faster with the features we just talked about, how it the ease of using GPUs or the neural network API for hardware acceleration. Yeah, no need to convert everything to a byte array before feeding it in would make your development a lot more faster. And you have easy support for integrating your models too. So the first step, sorry. So let's see how you can actually put this into practice and use this for yourself. So the first step is to, of course, import a TensorFlow Lite model. With so a thing to note is currently this supports a TensorFlow Lite model with metadata. So what metadata is? I would say it's like more information about the model. So Android Studio 4.1 has and about has this new option for importing a TensorFlow model. Just right click the module you want to import your TF Lite model in, and you will see an option in the other section called, as you can see on the screen over here, in the other section called TensorFlow Lite model. What you can now do is just pass in the path of your TensorFlow Lite model. So maybe download your TensorFlow Lite model with all the metadata and just specify the path of it. It will import the model from for you in a directory in the module you selected called ML. So ML is the name of the directory it will make, under which it will have this TF Lite model. And you'll also be able to use the model right from here. So I also want you to notice another thing. I feel it may not be that clear in the live stream, but you maybe can see something over here. I'll read it for you. It's automatically add TF Lite GPU dependencies. So again you saw it, adding the dependencies, for GPU acceleration to is just a click away. While importing the model, you get an option to import the GPU dependencies for you, and you can click it right over there. So if you see in this example, I'm importing a model called RPS model. We'll come to what it was. It's basically a part of the project I made. I made a model which can classify between rock, papers, and scissors. So you have your hand and do rock, paper, scissor, and it can classify between it. And that's what we'll be seeing in the demos too. So I'm just importing that model. I have the name RPS model over here. Because due to the reason I just mentioned, you could have anything. So now from my model metadata, I can also know the input output shapes and a lot more that I would need to use it. So if you click on the TensorFlow Lite model under the ML directory, instead of showing something like Android Studio can't read this, if you have the metadata with you, you can see the input output shapes. I can see the license, author, and all of this, which is a part of which is a part of the metadata. So you can see all of this info by opening the tf-lite file in Android Studio, and I can also see the inputs and outputs which my model would take. So let's finally start using the model. So for a streaming inference, what you would want classification, the easiest way would be to use camera X and pass each frame to a function. So as of now, what I'm interested in is the function which does the inference itself. You'll see how easy it is to do this. A sample code for this also can also be seen when you import a TensorFlow Lite model. So first off, create an instance of the model. We'll start by instantiating a RPS model or a rock paper scissors model, as I talked about. Again, you could have anything in the name and pass it with the context. With the plugin, my model name was RPS model.tflite. So when I import the model named RPS model.tflite, a class would be made for me with the exact same name. So if you can see over here, I'm using a class called RPS model, which is the exact same name of my TensorFlow Lite model I imported. So once you do this, you need to convert your data into a form which we can use. So we'll convert it into a tensor image and of course the image would come from a bitmap. So if you use the TensorFlow interpreter, it does not matter if you have not used it before, but just for the folks who have used it before, how this is better than simply using that. You know that you need to convert your image to a byte array while using the TensorFlow interpreter. You don't need to do that anymore. You'll feed it in an image proxy. So now we'll pass in the data. So let's take this line by line. We'll understand this. So first, we'll process the image from the model and get the outputs. We'll essentially get an array of probabilities. So I'll have probabilities for each of my classes. And then what I'll do is I'll perform a descending sort on it, as we want to show the label which has most probability first. After this, what I'll do is I'll pick the top end results. So this model which I'm using has only 3 labels, but let's say you were developing a model which has 1000 labels. Now, if I told you show the user all 1000 labels, that would be illogical to do. So I'll just pick up top n labels. So you might pick up top 3 labels, the 3 labels with highest probability, and show it to the user. And finally, I want to show the users, I'll show the labels to the users. So I'll add the label corresponding to each entry in the outputs. And that's all you need. That's all you need. That's all you need to get started with model binding plugin. Use a TensorFlow Lite model, fully customizable again. Use a TensorFlow Lite model and get started with this. And as I said, using GPU acceleration is also super easy. So let's say I want to use GPU acceleration in my model. What I'll do is I'll make an options where I specify it to use GPU. So as you can see, model.device.gpu, I'm telling it to use GPU, and then I'll build it. So in the installation part, I would pass this as an argument. Oh, sorry, I fumbled the words. In the instantiation part, I meant to say, just a slip of tongue. In the instantiation part of the model, I'll pass this a part of the context as an options too. So it also makes it very easy to use the neural network API for hardware acceleration to do even more of this hardware acceleration. And with Android 11, you have a lot of updates to the neural network API, including asymmetric integer 8 weights. If you don't know what these mean, it's nothing to worry about. I just showed you the complete process. But with Android 11, you have the neural network API support int 8 weights and a new quality of service API. So that could help you do a lot more. I'll leave that for some other talk as as I move on to the next update. The next major development, a newer ML kit, which majorly focuses on. Oh, so before I move on, ML kit is now available even without you having a Firebase project. You can now use ML kit even without a Firebase project. So, as I said earlier, a lot of these updates are focused on on-device ML due to the benefits I just mentioned. The new ML kit has better usability for on-device ML. The ML kit image classification and object detection, also called ODT for object detection, and object detection and tracking. Uh, the MLKit image classification and object detection and tracking models now also support custom models, which means you can have just a TF Lite model file along with this. So your TF Lite model file will run on top of the MLKit state-of-the-art algorithms. This also means that if you're working on on some generic use case like object detection, but doing object detection only for certain things like doing food detection or doing bird detection. So I'll be walking you through with the variable names with the food detection model, as that's what something I made with this. But I made this using the MLKit model and running my food detection TF Lite model on top of it. So as I said, if you are working on some generic use case, like a particular kind of object detection, like the examples I mentioned, MLKit is the best thing to use. Let's see an example. So here I built a model which can classify different food items, as I said. So I'll start off by setting the model and specifying the TF Lite model file for it. So here's my TF Lite. Oh, sorry. Here's my TF Lite model file. Just specify the path of it. You need to put it in the assets folder and then specify the path of it. This will run on top of the object detection model with MLKit. So you can customize these options a bit, but there's a limit to the customizability as your TensorFlow Lite model is running on top of a pre-made model. So uh, so you can see a few options over here, like the stream mode, which I particularly wanted to show you. I have the stream mode, which is telling that it should accept streaming data and essentially send out streaming output. So I can do live object detection. I also have confidence threshold. So I'm telling the model that only only accept outputs with 80% or more confidence. So let's get to the part where we run the model. So you might see some similar syntax similar to the previous example with model binding plugin. I'll process my image, and the thing to note here is all of these listeners, that is the on failure listener or the on success listener, are essentially tasks. So they need to be attached for every run. So yeah, that's an important thing to note. All of these listeners are tasks, so you need to attach them with every run. I'll not talk much about this as I'm already running out of time. But you can build great models with TensorFlow Lite Model Maker. So TensorFlow Lite Model Maker was again just launched in 2020 this year, and it makes you building high performance high performance models very easily. So again, it's super easy to use, and you can also have high customization in your model. So what the TF Lite model maker will do is it will take your data, it will transfer learn on it from some other state of the art model, and output to you a TensorFlow Lite model with the metadata. So I'll not be showing any examples of it right over here, but I'll soon be sharing the GitHub repo for this talk, which has examples about TensorFlow Lite model maker too. Another repository of open source models is TF Hub. So as an example, the food classification app that we just made with MLKit that is present on the repo, and it's from TensorFlow Hub itself. So TF Hub is just an open source repository of a huge number of models which you can use right in your app. So you can also see some options right when you go to the website tfhub.dev. I think it might be a bit small over here to see clearly, but when you go on the website, you'll see that I can filter my models on based of. So let's say I want to build a machine learning app on mobile. I'll use the TensorFlow Lite model. So I can on the website tfhub.dev, I can just filter it, saying that I just want TF Lite models. And most of these models are state-of-the-art models with elegant examples, so that you can start using them. So on the repo, you get to use models from the community. There are not these. So these are some publishers with models on TF Hub. So of course, these are not the only publishers, but these are the only ones that could fit on the slide. There are a lot of publishers, and you can use models from the community. So make good use of tfhub.dev for your next Android ML project. So enough of talking. Let's get straight to the demos. So I have this. Here's the GitHub repo for this talk. It has everything implemented that we talked about today. It also has source code, which I used to create the TensorFlow Lite models. I would urge you to take a look at TensorFlow Lite model maker, which is what I used to make these models. You can also use TensorFlow Hub to search for these models, as I just said, and it also has examples for all what we talked about today. So organizer will also post this in the chat, and you can see it from there. I'll give you a moment to kind of note this URL, which is right over here. It is the GitHub repo for this talk. Okay, so let me now. I'll quickly switch my screen. Hang on with me. What I'll do is I'll switch my screen to my Android Studio screen. Let's do that. Give me a sec. Okay. I hope you can see my Android Studio screen now. So this is also present in the repository for you. You can see that I have commented out the GPU code, which is over here. How easy it is to use. Just specify GPU and do a build. Let's get to the part we talked about. So I'll first make a tensor image, which will be from a bitmap from my image proxy. So that is just some pre-processing. Let's do the inference itself. So RPS model, which is an object of the RPS model class, dot process. And where's my image? Where's my tensor image? In the TF image variable. Let's just pass that in. So I'll get probabilities as a list. So what I'll do is I'll do a sort by descending, as I want to show the users top probabilities first. And then I'll take the top few results. So again, this is just something to display the label and the probability with which the label was detected to the user. and I can just return the result. So this is the main inference part with ML model binding plugin. Since I am out of time, I'll not be showing a demo of ML Kit, but a demo of it is present in the repo too. You have a lot of camera, you have some camera X code above it for streaming. I'll encourage you to go through it, just something simple. So let's go ahead and see a live demo of this. So I would have showed it in a AVD, but what I feel is live demos are super cool. Nothing that beats it. So let's do a live demo of the rock paper scissor model. So here's my mobile phone. My keyboard makes an excellent background, I guess. Let's put a rock in front of it, and oh, see, it tells me rock is the label which it predicts. Isn't that cool? All the source code is included in the GitHub repo, and you can see a bit of latency over here. So that latency is that is just some latency because I'm streaming and also showing my um, mobile phone on mobile phone over wirelessly. So you can try this in your on your own machine and on your own mobile, and you will face almost no latency. It will be super smooth. So with that, I come to the end of this talk. And do I have time for questions?
Uh, yeah, but no one asked any question.
Okay.
So no questions in the comments. So yeah, it was a really great talk, Rishit, and we learned a lot of stuff about ML on Android. And thanks so much for this.
Thank
And
you. It was my pleasure to present to you about superpowering your Android apps with ML.
thanks so much. And everyone, stay tuned. We'll be back with an interview with Niharika, uh, developer of Arogya Setu. So yeah, we'll be back in 5 minutes. Stay tuned.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So we are just running 10 minutes late, but I'm sure that this particular interview will be worth waiting for it. So we have Niharika Arora with us, and just to give a brief idea about her, like whatever I know, although she will give you a short introduction by herself. So she has been contributing to Arogya Setu, which we have been using in India by like millions of people, and she will share her Android journey as well with us. So, without any further delay, I would like to um, tell Niharika to share about her journey. And thanks, Niharika, for being with us. We are really happy to have you.
Hi, Pawan. Thank you for inviting me to this Impact Viral. I have been a fan of this streaming from quite some time, and I always wanted to be here. So thank you for
Thank you
that.
so much. That's our pleasure. Okay, Niharika. So what I have done is like I have prepared some questions for you. Okay, and these are, I guess, very common questions which anyone would ask you, and depending on your experience about all these things, I think these are very much relevant to everyone who are watching this stream. So before moving to main questions, I would just like you to tell us about yourself a little bit, a short introduction about you.
Okay. So as you already told, my name. I'm currently working as a senior software engineer at 1MG, and I have been into Android from last 5 years now. I and other than that, I am doing technical. I write technical blogs. I write about the stuff like if I get some problem about something during my development, so I write about it. I have been into public speaking. And I just started this year only. Other than that, as you told about Arogya Setu, and I am doing some other open source contributions too. And about my personal thing, I am a fitness freak. I love to do gym, and uh, right now I am just adjusting with the Cure Fit app, and I I love to dance, and this is all about me. Yeah.
Awesome. I'm not the best person to comment on the fitness part. Zan, I'm struggling with that. Okay, so you mentioned that you have been working with 1MG. If people don't know about it, then it's a medical related startup which delivers medicines, if I'm not wrong. And so, what do you think? Like these organizations which are pretty much funded as well. So, how's the experience working there? And what kind of culture is there?
Okay. When I started, I have been into working into startups only from the time from the day I started my journey with this IT industry. And what I can say is now I love working in startups as they give you the ownership and the freedom for the work you want to do, for the ideas you want to explore, and for any new thing. If you have, you can directly talk to the people. You don't have as such hierarchies as you have in MNCs and the bigger companies. And even with 1MG, if I say, I have got a very good experience. I am happy with the culture I have here. I can directly talk to the CTO and CEO about the things I want to explore, and they are quite. I get quite good response, and they are like, yes, let's do it. And I have started many initiatives with support of from them too. So yeah, it's quite been a good experience, and uh, I love startups now. Yeah.
Awesome. I think I have the same kind of experience with startups. and I also love to be a part of startup. Okay, Niharika, I was doing a little bit research on you, and I found out that you are from Panipat, right? And I'm from Faridabad. So I know about some of the challenges which which you have to go through when you are from a small city or the city where I think technology is not the main reason they are known for. So how did you start, like coming from Panipat and all those places where I don't know how many people are into technology? So how did you started your journey? Okay, how did you start Android itself, and how was your experience overall? I think many people would be able to relate, and it can be kind of very inspiring for them if you share that.
I don't know about the inspiration, but thank you for asking it. I wanted someone to ask this, as I wanted to share this journey with the people of the community and the others too. So I have been a topper from my school days, the district topper, then the Haryana topper, and then I was awarded with a gold medal from the state governor itself. And with that, you may get this that okay, so the journey will maybe quite be easy for me as I was topper, so maybe I may have got a good placement and other stuff. But that wasn't the case when I was in my college. So I did diploma instead of 12th, and just because of that, I was rejected in my HR rounds. I cleared the tech rounds, but I was rejected in HR rounds of reputed companies there. As with the fresher level experience, they had this criteria with them that you must have done 12th, and with that +2 thing, I and the HRs were like, how did you come so far? As haven't someone seen this diploma thing in your resume? And so this was quite. There were quite some hurdles there, and everyone has that. But yes, being a topper, people get some expectations from you, as you also get criticism that she's a topper, but she's not getting good placements and all. And at that time, yes, I was very upset about the things, but I have never regretted what I did and what I am doing right now even. So at that time, we had an internship program of last semester as for Android, and there was a company, Example Solutions, that was a small startup, and they came for that to our college, and I joined them. I got to work on Android itself for a live project, and that was from scratch. And what I loved about Android is when you do something, when you write something, when you do some coding, and when you fix something, you can just see that in front of you and within few seconds in front of in your mobile device, right? So, and I have been a very evergreen person. I don't like black and white things, to be honest. That's why I am not into back end right now. So I wanted to be I wanted to I when I saw that, I got excited about that thing, that and now and I decided that I will be choosing Android only for my career. And with that, this is how my journey started with Android there. And through that company, I directly worked with CTO, and I got to learn many new things. And I worked hard, and I reached where I am right now. And if I talk about the companies which rejected me when I was at fresher level, after 1.5 years, I got offers from them. And even I talk about the bigger companies, yes, I am getting from that too. But yes, there are some personal reasons with because of that. But I am just sharing this because I just want people to know that no company is big and no company is small, and no company is just like boring or any other thing. It's up to you only. If you are enjoying your work where you are right now, you will be happy, and you will be getting the recognition and everything out there. And if you are not enjoying it, whether if you are in big company or small, that doesn't matter. And don't just chase the bigger companies or any other thing. Just go for one thing, that whatever you do yourself to be recognized. You do that so that you can be recognized for your work only. So yeah, that's
Yeah,
the thing that I am following right.
that's pretty awesome. I think I can relate with most of the part, from rejection to, um, enjoying the, whatever you are working on, wherever you are working on. Enjoyment is the first thing, and the happiness is within you. If you will look from the negative perspective everywhere, then obviously, everything around you will be negative. And if you'll
Correct.
see the positive side of things, then things will be positive. Rejection is something which I have been getting when I was in college as well, and still today. So I think it's a
So
part
where
of
are
your
you
life.
now?
Right. And I wanted to become a host, so I'm here now hosting. So you
Uh,
mentioned
yeah,
blogging as well, right? So what
yeah.
do you write about, and what inspires you, to write things?
Okay. So for that, even there's a funny story behind that. So I had a KRA thing when I was in my previous company. That's a Fiji tech venture. My bad. They had this thing that you have to complete a KRA, that you have to write some technical stuff or do some public speaking, so that you get a good appraisal. And at that time, I was just 2 or 3 years experience, and I was like, I have to do things to get a good appraisal. So I started writing article, and the very first article was on memory management. We were having this discussion at that time. I wrote about it. And then even the second article was on augmented reality in education, and that even I wrote just because of the KRA thing, and I just forgot. I didn't care about what I wrote, and I just I what I was doing at that time, that was the coding only. I got there only. And after some time, when I started preparing for my interviews, I was searching for the topics, and there came the memory management. And when I searched about it, I got my own article, the very on the top on the Google page, and
Awesome.
I was shocked when I saw that, as I didn't saw when after I wrote about it. So and then I saw some text from people that I should continue writing, as this was helping the community out there too.
Mhm.
And I have realized one thing, that when you write something, you learn more about it, you get deeper for it, and you get more knowledge about it, so that you can become a perfectionist, so that if I ask if someone asks questions about that, I can answer it very well. So I thought, moreover than that thing, it was helping me also. So I should start writing. But I wanted to write something different, different from the people who were always also there. So I write it. I started writing on the stuff, the problems I was getting during my Android development, and whenever I got any problem, I just wrote about it on my notes, and whenever I got time, I just wrote about it. I learned about it, and I wrote about it. I started with one blog in 2 months, then it was two blogs in 1 month. And if you ask me right now, I just don't care if I have written 3 articles in a month, and if I am getting something, I just write about it. And
Awesome.
now I just write about everything.
So basically, you just converted your notes to articles
Right.
in a like professional way, so that people can also take the benefits from them.
Right. Even I, if I'm doing any interview, I am getting interviewed from someone. I write those questions in my notes so that I can remember those for the next round or next interview. So I am doing that too. I have been having this habit from my college days, so writing everything as or toppers. So
Awesome,
yeah, this
awesome.
is helping me to prepare.
Please consider this interview as well for your writing. I'll be very
Yeah,
happy to read about me in one of the articles.
yeah,
So,
sure, sure.
I think I should come to the main point, because otherwise people will kill me if I will not ask about Arogya Setu, because that was the title of this interview. So,
Yeah.
everyone has been using Arogya Setu, and that is, I guess, one of the must apps, which government recommend. So, what is your contribution in Arogya Setu? And I would like to know, or anyone, like, because mostly developers are here. So, how did you get this project? Because not everyone can be a part of it and start contributing, because it was not an open source project initially. So, please tell us about your contribution, as well as how did you get this project?
Okay. So, as you know, when the cases when uh, we had just one or two cases in India, we were relaxed somewhere that it might go, or we will be able to cure it. But as soon as it started increasing, so as you know that it spread through from person to person, and if you have met someone and you this is we are getting information about it after some days. And if I talk about it, that if we are talking now and I ask you about this 2 days after, you won't remember what we did right now.
Yeah.
And like this, human memory human mind is fickle, and I can't remember everything. I can't remember every person I met, right? So as we are doing many things in a day, and so we needed a technology driven solution for it. As with technology, what you make a machine to remember, they will do that, right? The same thing. So the government realized the same thing, and they wanted the industry leaders to come up with technology-driven solutions. And likewise, our CEO Prashant Tandon here at 1MG asked us if we want to contribute towards this project. And like this, I just voluntarily stepped up for it, and that's how I got into it. And likewise, other from other companies, other organizations, and there were some government officials too, government experts, and some security researchers. Many expertise were involved in it, and everyone has done a great work. Yeah.
Awesome. So basically, it came to you through your own company, which is 1MG, right? I
Right.
mean, they they were playing a crucial role in the development of this application, right? Pretty
And
awesome.
yeah, for my role, I am into Android development, so I contributed to the Android app.
Okay, got it. Okay, so moving ahead, although I wanted to ask this question to Modi ji, but that's not an option. So I'll ask to you. What makes you think that Arogya Setu is secure, or how it is secure? Because when we are talking about sharing data about like different people around the globe, so like people are so much concerned about data, right? Especially in 2020, because we have seen many companies exposing data, personal data, all the locations or all the things which these apps take. So yeah, what's your point of view about security of this application?
As an Android developer, I can mostly talk about the front end security purpose for the
Yeah.
app, basically. But yes, for sure, what I can assure you is that there were many experienced people involved. So backend is also very secure from that point of view, as security and scalability were the main defining features for this project, and we had to take care and for these things for the very first as taking as the primary thing there. If I talk about the Android app, we aren't sharing your data without your consent. If you are getting COVID positive, only then your data is getting shared. Or if you want to share your data with your own consent, then it will be shared with the government. And if I talk about the location thing, that was a very people were worried about that thing too. Arogya Setu is not just a contact tracing app. We are doing more than that, as we are helping the government to find the COVID hotspots and the emerging hotspots as well. And that you can't do with the Bluetooth thing, right? You need some location from the people itself. And we aren't storing any location information on the servers too. And everything which we are storing on our front end part, that is getting stored only in an encrypted manner only. So that is also secured, and if you share your information with the government itself, that also gets deleted after some interval that is predefined by the government itself. And for other things, as if I talk about the app performance wise, if I talk that we for the web view pages and everything, we are using React, and that is for faster loading for the app. But means that we are taking care of all the things from the performance wise and the security wise itself. So yeah, this is the thing which and also the code is open source right now. People can see what the information we are sharing, what are all the things which you can which are there, and after how much time this get deleted, people can see everything. And we are having a feature of QR code generation and scanning the information of other people. For that, even we are using the JSON web tokens, and that is also a secured way of transmitting the information between two parties. You can say the two people. That is also a secured kind of information, and you can send the information securely there. And other than that, even the tokens and everything that are stored in encrypted shared preferences, as Android people can relate to that. The very basic thing, that is our ProGuard, that is also there. And yeah, so and also other than this, we are doing our own work, but there are many security researchers expertise there. With, before we release anything, they review our code, they review our app, and after their approval only, even if there is a patch release, we are firstly making them to review, and then only we can publish it. Before that,
So-
we can't publish it.
So are there
and-
some
yeah.
compliances which you people have to go through before publishing it?
Yeah. We can't just publish it as if you have got any bug and you have to publish it. We can't just publish it. We have
But
to
what if
make it.
Modi ji says that tonight we will just publish it? Is it possible, or it's like a lot of
No,
people?
there is a process. There is a process, and and I believe that there should be a process for everything, and
Exactly.
that should be followed in the same way, as you are dealing with not just 100 people, 2,000 people. It's about millions of people, and they are doing their own work. And so yeah, we are taking care of the security thing and making it as a primary thing for us.
So what is exactly open source? Is it just the Android application, or even the backend and some other stuff which people can look into, like for learning purposes, that what's exactly been happening throughout the entire application?
So right now, Android is only open source, and that's the government decision. I can see
Yeah.
when they want to publish it, they want to make it open source. So that's their decision.
Okay, so
as
is there any talk about it, like, that we will be, open sourcing backend or the other stuff? Even when you open sourced the Android application, was there any communication which went through you that, yeah, we are doing this?
Yeah, yeah, I think there was iOS open sourcing thing, but I think many things are there, as I told you about the process and everything. So when that gets when it's up to government
Yeah,
actually. As
got it.
I am just a volunteer, I don't know about those things. I just get features and I have to develop that. So I
Okay,
just know
cool.
about it.
Don't worry, I won't trap you in difficult questions more than this. Um,
I don't even
I'll
know.
keep some questions for the government only.
Yeah.
So I think developers are watching it. So, when we are talking about challenges, because COVID-19 is itself a challenge, and especially I think Android developers, I can say about every developer around it, because we don't know, everything, because Android is huge, the development is huge. So whenever we work on a new project where we have, to prove something, or we have to make sure that everything goes like how it is planned, so there are some challenges during that development, right? So did you face some challenges which was different than what you have been working on before this? And what were those challenges, while you were developing this application?
Okay. There were many challenges. Even I don't know if I remember everything right now. But
Yeah.
yes, developing an app in just 15 days for
Mm-hmm.
millions of people is a challenge. Is a
Definitely.
major challenge, which I don't think, even if I am into Android from last 5 years, or if I get to 10 years or 15 years, I will get that kind of thing for me. So this was the very first challenge, and making it available in 12 different languages. As if I talk about me or you, we just know about some languages,
Mhm.
but yes, for that we had some experienced people who we just make them to do this at the same moment, and they help out there too. And if I talk about the scalability thing, as you know, the scalability is the main concept right now. If
Mhm.
yeah, if I talk about the country like us, there are many. The population is huge, and
Mhm.
we knew that someone will just someday do a tweet and we will get a spiky load, right? So this was a thing, and we make sure that we are able to tackle that. So and so for that we have our authentication service, which is completely based on serverless architectures. We are using scalable databases like DynamoDB, MySQL, etc. For the backend part. We are using containers everywhere, which just scale up and down based on the need, basically. If there is a need of large, so they just scale up and down accordingly. On the data side, we are using Kafka, Spark, etc., which are itself scalable enough to handle large data volumes. So we have to tackle all those things, and this was we didn't come up with all the solutions just on the very first day. We got something, and then we moved to that. Yes, for sure. So these were the challenges which I know for the backend part. And for Android, um, there are many. As for Android, there are different API levels, and there are many vulnerabilities which get fixed with the new operating system, and we have to tackle all the things for those API levels too. If I talk about the BLE, which is mainly getting used for the contact tracing out there. So for BLE itself, there were many challenges in the API levels. As for some, the scanning was getting stopped after some time. We have to tackle the things like we have to manage the intervals based on the if like I want to scan you, but I don't want the power consumption to be very high. As right now, people don't want, if I install some app right now, I don't want that battery got drained or something more. So we have to take care of all those things too. So we use BLE instead of Bluetooth, and that too in a very good way. As like I just wanted, I make sure that I am making good use of it. I am doing scanning frequently only when I am with more people around me. Like if you are sitting at home, you don't want to be scanning frequently, right? As you are just with one or two people around you. And likewise, yeah. So yes, this was the main challenge for the BLE. And for other things, even iOS and Android platform things were also there, as iOS was not able to scan in background, as the standard which iOS follows is not a standard which with Bluetooth standard. So we have to tackle that too. So yeah, there were quite different challenges for us in for Android side too. And we
Cool.
have
Makes sense because it's kind of an application which will be used by millions, so I can understand the situations. I didn't plan to ask this question, but it just came to my mind because when I was using the application once, I saw a lot of use of web views, right? So what was the plan there? Was it because so that the app does not need to be updated again and again, something like that?
right, exactly. As with hybrid thing, the web view thing, you can just make changes as soon as you can, and doing the development in just 15 days. So we wanted the logic thing to be on the Android side, as like the BLE thing. That was the main thing for contact tracing. So they wanted this thing for us for the Android side. The main thing when we initially started it, they never wanted that UI thing will be our main purpose or other stuff. So we focused more on the contact tracing logic rather than doing that. And
Mhm.
also they wanted that if there is an issue, they don't have as if I talk about the releases, no one will get 100% surety that I will be on the latest version, right? So I can't be sure about it. But if you are doing something on WebView or any hybrid thing, you get that, as that will be reflected in all the app versions you have right now.
Awesome. So Niharika, during this journey where you were developing this application, any learning as an Android developer which you want to share, which was which was very new for you?
So I haven't worked on BLE before that. So BLE was the new thing for me. As I haven't got any product as for which was working on Bluetooth or any other thing. And even with BLE, what we did, which was not in another contact tracing app till the time we implemented it. So as I told you that we were adjusting the frequency of intervals of scanning and broadcasting the information based on the proximity, based on the people around me. As if there are 10 or 20 people, so I want the frequency to be more, as so that I can scan more and more people and I can advertise more to more and more people, right? So I wanted that frequency to be more. But if I am sitting at home or there are just one or two people, so I can lower that frequency. Also, with that frequency interval, the power consumption is relative. As with more frequency, you get more power consumption. So we have to adjust that thing too. So we have done this thing in our project, and I even if I see this in the app, this is the coolest thing I can say. We have termed it as adaptive scan, which basically take care of your user battery and also do the better scanning perform is giving us the better scanning performance as much as we can scan. So
Got it.
yeah, this was one thing. Another thing was I got to know many more mobile security tools as we use Uniweb Hopper app for our security purposes to test that for doing the reverse engineering for the app. Uh,
Yeah.
I also took a tech safety net, which through which you can test the authenticity for your app, whether your app is safe to be used. Is there any malicious thing installed on your phone or your device rooted, everything. So I got to know more about it. Also, other than that, to as we had this thing that we have to release as soon as we can. We have to make our build sizes as build time basically more lesser as we can have. So we adjusted our Gradle properties for faster builder times. So we did some experiments with that too. Uh, we kept in mind with for all the launch times and everything. Keep doing all the thing running tasks in backgrounds and other stuff. One of the thing that we use for doing the encryption, that is we use key stores. It's like keychain we have in
Yeah.
iOS. It's like that only. So that provides more protection for your sensitive information as we are storing your information in your DB and we are storing that in encrypted manner. So we are using key stores and yeah.
So pretty
So
much most of the learning around privacy, right? The reverse
yeah.
engineering and all this stuff. I'll definitely reach out to you for these things. Maybe it will be helpful for me as well. Uh,
I'll be
just
honored.
just a quick question, like if you have any idea about it, that the decision makers who actually planned everything, did they think about picking any hybrid technology like Flutter, React Native, or something like that? Because
Uh,
time
so
constraint was there.
yeah, the time constraint was there as the people who are connected as an Android dev or the backend dev, they didn't know much about the Flutter React thing.
Yeah.
I have done React Native development in my last company, but yes, I had to freshen up all the logics and other stuff. As right now, I'm doing Android only. So yeah, the time constraints and we have to learn. We had to learn everything, so we opted Android.
Okay, so basically unawareness was one of the things, or maybe not. There was no
Timing,
one who was
yeah,
actually good enough into that, so you went with the experience, right?
yeah.
Awesome. Okay, two more quick questions. One is basically not related to Arogya Setu anymore. It's like, so maybe a few months ago, no one knew, Niharika and all the people who were a part of Arogya Setu. So how does it feel now, when you get the recognition when you work on such projects?
Who won't feel good about it? I am actually honored and working on something which has a great impact on human lives is something what I can do as a software engineer. Right? I didn't know that someday these skills will help out the country in these tough times, and I am happy about it. And uh, when people see me, they trust me. They trust my words, which I am sharing. Or with that, my articles and my public speaking has got more visibility. I can say. There are companies which are recognizing my work. They are paying gratitude to that, and not just for Arogya Setu, they are doing that for all the things I am doing as a payback to the community. But yes, that all has happened after Arogya Setu exposure. As now people know more about me. So yeah, I will always cherish this. But
I
I
can
hope
relate to most part of it because I have some similar kind of experiences. Okay, last not question, but kind of whatever, if you want to share, for new developers, anything which you feel, new developers should follow, or if that can be helpful for them, anything you want to share.
I don't feel that like that. I am right now now at that stage that I can give advice or give tips. But yes, what I have learned till now is learning everything is not shouldn't be the motive. Learn about few basic things, few things, but learn about them more deeply. Uh, Search for that stuff and be a perfectionist about it. You don't learn. Don't need to learn about everything, as there are many tech stuff out there, and you don't need to learn everything out there. And just be focused about what you are doing right now. You may not be in a company, in your dream company right now, but if you are following your passion and hard work, sooner or later you will get that, and that is for sure. One thing that I follow for myself is, just be happy with what you are. As if you're happy with what you have right now, is that will make your present happy, and with that you will get more strong and you will get more confident. But never get satisfied with what you have, as if you get satisfied with what you have, you won't be achieving good things in life. The more things that will be coming in future, you won't be getting that. So yeah, that is all about
So just be happy and earn money, lots of money. That's the
that will
goal.
come. If you are doing hard work, that will come. Money and fame anyways come.
That's true.
I think you should know about it.
Yeah, that's pretty much about it. Thanks, Niharika, for giving your precious time, and I'm so happy to see you here and to take the interview from you. And guys, just I want to tell you that people like Niharika has been doing a lot of stuff, so please help them in growing as well. Follow her on Twitter and all the platforms. Follow her work, and you will get so much learning from that. I'm pretty much sure about that. So yeah, that's it.
Pawan,
And
can I share some links?
yeah.
Uh, as for the tech stuff, as it wasn't a tech thing, so I have just prepared some. Can you share my screen? Can you see my screen?
I can't yet. Can you try resharing it?
I shared it this week.
Oh, did you share with me?
Can you see now?
No, it's not working for some reason.
Okay.
Maybe you can share with me, and I'll definitely
Yeah.
publish on Twitter or somewhere.
Yeah, sure. As that was all about the tech stuff, if people are more interested in knowing about how the things are working out there, so I have done some webinars and I have written some articles, so they will get more knowledge about it. So yeah.
Okay, so basically, it's more about all the things which you have done, and about if anyone wants to have some knowledge about Arogya Setu and all these things, right? I'll definitely share it. I'll take it from you, and thank you again for joining and being so honest about things which I asked you, and I'm looking forward for having you again. All the very best, and keep doing the awesome work. See you again. So, guys, it was Niharika with us, and she talked about Arogya Setu and her experience. Now we will move ahead, and our next speaker, Joe Birch, has already joined us. So we will be back in a while. So keep watching, and we will be ready for next session in next 5 minutes. So see you around. Just wait a moment.
Live streaming is on.
Hi everyone. So now we have with us Joe Birch. I don't think I need to introduce him to you all. He's pretty famous around the Android dev communities, and almost everyone knows him. So yeah, I won't waste much time. Over to you, Joe. And everyone, please, all your questions ask at Slido. The Slido link is posted in the comment section. Please go there and ask all your questions, and we'll be getting them at the end of the talk. Over to you, Joe.
Cool. Yeah, thanks for the introduction. Yeah, it's great to be here. Hope everyone's had a great day so far. So I'm just going to share my screen and get started. Cool. Should be cool. Okay, right. Yeah, so like I said, thanks for being here. I'm here today to talk about Android 11 and the upcoming privacy changes. Obviously, Android 11 is not too far away now. If you've got the beta on your phone, you would have had the third update the other day, and I think we're pretty much almost there, it feels like. So I think in the coming time, we'll have the full update. So time to get those apps ready and working properly. Like that was mentioned, if you've got any questions, please use Slido to ask them, or and we'll answer them at the end. And if there's anything that comes to mind at any time afterwards, you feel free to reach out to me on Twitter. Cool. So yeah, privacy changes. Privacy is an area that has been constantly evolving in Android. We saw scope permissions introduced in Android 6, and then we saw privacy improvements gradually put in place where we got to Android 10.
Hey Joe, sorry to disturb you. Your screen is not visible somehow. Can you just reshare it?
Is that working?
Not yet. Can you try
working?
just maybe rejoining and trying again?
Yeah.
Sorry people for having this inconvenience. We'll be fixing it shortly. Just give us a moment. Joe, you are visible now. Hold on guys, he'll be back. Just minor glitches.
Cool. How
It's
about
looking
now?
good.
Cool. Good stuff. Let me just
Yeah.
get this back.
Thanks, Joe.
up.
Go ahead.
Cool. Yeah, so sorry about that. Slight technical issue. Yeah, as I was saying, privacy is an area that's always been changing in Android. We had scope permissions in Android 6, and then gradually since then, we've seen privacy improvements come in with each new Android version that's come out. We got to Android 10, and we saw the introduction of scope storage and also restrictions on background location access. So these changes that were made in Android 10 paved the path for us to evolve the Android platform to bring even greater protection to users' data. And in Android 11, we see even further changes here, which aim to improve the privacy of applications as well as the data that they access. And in this talk, we're going to cover the new enhancements that come with Android 11. So first I want to cover is the one-time permissions. So these are a new type of permissions that are coming in Android 11. So when given a choice, users are choosing to share less private data with the apps on their devices. It's also been noticed that there are many apps which request some permissions, such as background location, when they don't really need access to it. And based on feedback from both users and developers, in Android 11, there's going to be more granular control over users' private data. And that will be location, camera, and microphone. And this will significantly limit the access to background location also. So users will be able to grant temporary one-time permissions for location permission requests, also for microphone access. So suppose we have an app, such as a conferencing app, that is rarely used. Maybe you use this app whenever you're at a conference, like once a year, maybe twice a year. Chances are you might leave it on your phone, but you're not going to open it any other time. So it doesn't make sense for that app to have permission to those features all the time. So when you have those one-time permissions in place, which will be mandatory, the user has the choice to not actually commit to giving that permission all the time. It could just give it at that time when it's required. And the same goes for camera access. So if the same app also supports video calls, the app would need to request such as a record video permission. And with these one-time permissions, you may have a question in mind, like when Android permissions first changed in Android 6, it was kind of a bit of a, everyone's like, oh God, I need to change all of my, how my permissions are working in my applications. And it seemed like a lot of work. And the good thing is about these one-time permissions that if you're already following best practices within your applications, you won't actually need to do anything, because behind the scenes, the code is the same in our applications. It's just at the system level, how those permissions work is changed slightly. So let's take a quick walk through how this best practice looks like in your code. So if we take the app we just looked at, the user will tap on a location button. And what happens here is what follows the permission request best practice. And this pseudocode will apply to any runtime permission. So first we begin by checking if the permission is granted. And when this is first run, the permission isn't granted. So next, we let the system decide if a rationale or we should show an in-context UI explanation. So normally, but not always, the first time the system will consider that it's not needed, because for the first time that's run, the permission will not have been granted. So in that case, we request the location permission, and this prompts a system dialog offering the user 3 options. So in this example, let's say they press deny. In this case, the on-request permissions result callback will be invoked. The permission was rejected by the user. And at this point, we should make sure to explain which functionality won't work because of that decision. So in this case, we could show an explanation, for example, a snack bar, to indicate that the functionality isn't available. But if the user does grant that permission, then they've granted access to that permission at that one-time point. So that means that while your app's activity is visible, your app can access the data. If your user brings your app to the background, your app can continue to access that data for a short period of time. If your app launches a foreground service while the activity is visible and the user moves away from your app, as in the app going to the background, your app can continue to access that data until the foreground service stops. And then finally, if the user revokes the one-time permission, such as in the system settings, your app cannot access the data regardless of whether that foreground service was launched. As with any permission, if the user revokes your app's one-time permission, your app's process terminated. And as our standard permission flows, when the user comes back to using that feature again, they'll be requested to grant that permission to your application. So there is a slight difference when it comes to the location permission. So to give users fine-grained control, in Android 10, the foreground and background location permissions were split out. Apps are encouraged to incrementally request these permissions to give user better control over these quite big permissions. So first foreground, and then the all-time location access. So in Android 10, that wasn't mandatory. That was kind of a recommendation, but you didn't have to do it. In Android 11, this pattern is becoming a requirement. So in Android 11, you'll have to request the foreground followed by the background location permission. So when it comes to the foreground location access, requesting that from your users, there's no change there. If you're currently requesting the permission in the best practice way in your application, again, no change, and you'll be able to leave that as it is. However, for background access, when targeting API level 30, there are 2 changes that have been put in place. So to begin with, it's good practice to incrementally request permissions to give users a chance to understand and decide whether they should give that permission based on the current context. So instead of asking for foreground and background service together, you should only ask for the background location after your app's been given foreground access. So this pattern has been always recommended on Android 10 and is now becoming the requirement on Android 11. So when your app requests background location permission, the request permissions API would send users directly to the settings screen instead of the regular permission request dialogues. It's good practice to educate the user before requesting that extra permission with some sort of UI, just so they know why they're being taken to that system's screen. And also make sure you provide the option to refuse that permission, since there is a rate limit. So as soon as your user is taken to that system screen, there is a limit in place to how many times you can do that. This has been tried to be made easy for developers because there's no new APIs. So where the user is there taken to that system screen, that will, if you've already got the best practices in place in your apps for permissions, that will automatically happen. There's no need to change anything there, but it's just being aware of making sure that in your apps you are giving the right context so that when these changes do come in place, users are aware of why those things are happening. So to ensure compatibility for apps that are targeting Android 10, it is still allowed to request both of these permissions together. That's the foreground and background location permissions at the same time, just so that applications don't suddenly start breaking with their permissions. And instead, an extended dialog is shown. So as you can see on screen there is a slightly different dialog that's shown to the user when API level 30 is not being targeted. So aside from that, when it comes to permissions, there's also a new option available in the settings screen for users. So we all have apps on our phones that we probably haven't used in a while. And if an app hasn't been used for several months, it's likely still got access to all these permissions that we've granted it along the time. So now, if an app hasn't been used for a while, several months or so, the system will automatically reset our application's permissions as if the user had manually reset it themselves. That sounds kind of scary because they can revoke pretty much everything. But if you're already following the best practices in your applications for permissions, you don't need to make any changes, because once those permissions are revoked, as soon as the user goes to access that feature again that needs those permissions, the permissions will be requested by the system because that's how it's been laid out in your code. So again, no changes there, but it's just a subtle reminder to be aware of checking that your permissions code is sort of in place. And it's important to note that this only affects apps that are targeting Android 11. So until you update your main SDK, you'll be kind of safe on that front. So most apps don't need this, but there are certain cases where the user expects the app to primarily work in the background. So the app can consider redirecting the user to the app detail settings screen to toggle the auto reset for the app. So you can send, using that intent flag there, you can send the user to this screen for the auto reset permissions as to whether it should be enabled or not. But most applications will not need access to this. Just make sure you've got the permissions correctly implemented in place in your applications, and you should be safe there. So that's kind of it for permissions. The gist of it is follow the best practices and your application works smoothly when it comes to these privacy changes on Android 11. So the next feature in privacy changes is something called data access auditing. It's a new support for apps that's been added in API level 30. So a best practice for building mobile apps is to ensure there is transparency for accessing private data. So for example, it should be clear and obvious to the user why a certain app needs access to certain privacy features such as contact information or location. And when it comes to identifying data access within a project, it can sometimes be difficult to identify this. So for example, large apps can have some orphan code when they have large teams, and accidental data access can happen. Any apps may use closed source third-party SDKs. These libraries might provide access to private data without the developer knowing about it, or piggybacking on top of already granted private data access. And the above cases, these access patterns may or not be intended. So it's not always easy to identify. And this isn't the case of trying to blame or put a bad word on developers for accessing private data. It's just about making it aware of what is actually being accessed on the app. So as you can see here, as a diagram, we have these lines of code on the left-hand side could be accessing numerous privacy functionality on the device and the app, and we might not know about it. So therefore, Android 11 provides 2 new APIs that aim to bring developers back in control over their app's data usage. So the basic feature is a callback when data is accessed, and on top of that, the APIs also allow the developers to attribute access to logical features within the app. So in this picture here on the left, again, we have those lines of code, and each blue line represents that. And each gray line symbolizes that this code can access certain private data on user's device. So whenever an app calls an API that returns private data, the system calls into a collection handler immediately before returning to the calling code. Hence, at this time, the collection handler can collect a stack trace to record which code performed the access. So let's take a quick look at the API. So this code here shows how to set up a callback for data access through the App Ops Manager class. If you want to consistently track it for the entire app, you can set it up within your application on Create, or you may want to localize it to a particular part of your app, which you could do within the onCreate function of an activity. So within this onOpNoted callback class, your app will be notified of data access in synchronous calls. So when this happens, you may log the stack trace to help you identify the source of this access. And then also asynchronous access. So for example, when your app registers a callback listener and something is invoked there. I'd recommend checking out the API reference for more detail if you're curious to learn more about how this works. So for more complex apps, they can often contain multiple distinct features. For example, a mapping app might have navigation, might have an explore functionality for nearby shops, or even a find friends feature. In Android 11, we allow for an app to attribute a subset of the app as belonging to one feature. So each of the features uses a subset of private data. So Find Friends feature might not need to use the microphone. Having features as a higher level concept compared to just areas of code makes it easier to find what features have this accidental data access. So further, this will make it easier to explain to the user what private data is used for. And the data auditing API allows you to attribute data access to these specific features. So to attribute features in your code, you can create an attribution context and give it a meaningful name that corresponds to your feature. So for example, Find Friends. Then you can pass this context to API calls. And within the data auditing callback, you can recover the attribute through this variable, attribution tag. Then you can, for example, track the attribute of your analytics solution and associate a particular feature with private data access. So now when you're tracking this access to these private data, with these tags, say if you're sending this information to, for example, an external login mechanism, maybe it's an analytics system, just to see what's happening. Using these tags, you can group things and see what parts of your code are accessing maybe a lot of private data or data they shouldn't be. So whilst the first API is very useful to have, I'd highly recommend adding these attributions so that you can extend on that functionality and have more clarity in what you're tracking. So next we move on to some new foreground service types. So to provide better accountability for apps that have access to private data in the foreground services, we've added a couple of new foreground service type values, which are the microphone as well as the camera. So in Android 10, there was some new concepts of foreground services which were introduced. These were the media projections, such as Android Auto, Bluetooth, TV, and so on, and also location, so GPS, maps, and navigation. Those were both types of foreground services that were enforced. So when it comes to Android 11, we have a couple more types that are coming. So there's the camera is the first one of them. So since Android 9, apps could no longer access the camera in the background. It's funny saying that because you think, oh wow, before then you had background camera access. That sounds pretty wild to have in place. So for quite some time, that could only be done in the foreground anyway, which was a huge change in privacy and a good step from Google. So if your app targets Android 11, it will additionally need to declare the new types, else the foreground service can't receive any data. So Here's the manifest entry for the camera. So if the foreground service needs to access different data, such as maybe a camera and a microphone, you can declare them together. So if you're using camera or microphone in the foreground in a service, you will need to declare them in your manifest for Android 11, or the data will not be accessible from your app, and they will not work. Similar to how you may already be doing a location, it's the same kind of concept, just the camera and the microphone are now being added to that. So that's just done by declaring a new foreground service type within your application's manifest. One of the other changes that is coming is now package visibility. So a small change, but one that could actually have a bit of effect on applications. So on Android 10 and older, this API allows an app to see what other applications are installed on the device. So this could be done for a variety of reasons. Maybe you want to show a shortcut to a two-factor authentication app if it's installed, or you want to hook into another application's functionality. And many apps check the installed packages to do this. To provide better accountability for access to installed apps on a device, Android 11 includes some changes to how apps can both query and interact with other apps. So for several common scenarios where you don't need to make any changes, let's have a look. So if you're querying, if you're still querying certain parts of the API in your applications, you do not need to make any changes. There's only one case you need to make changes. Just want to make that clear before I start going through these. Don't want to panic anyone. But if you target Android 11 and you're getting the package info for your own application, that will still work. You don't need to make any changes there. If you call get installed packages, this will return only the calling app and certain system packages such as the media provider and so on. But if you're only using that to get the information about your app and system packages, that will work still, no changes required. If you send an implicit intent for another app to take action, such as use the image capture intent to take a picture, this will still work as intended with no changes required because it's part of the system and you're using an implicit intent. If there is more than one app available, the system will show the pop-up, the dialog box for the user to choose the app that should be used. Another example is when another app calls your app's content provider and expects results, or your app calls another app's content provider, so on. This will still work without any changes because the content providers are still accessible through the system without making any changes for Android 11. So those are all the scenarios that will still work as intended. Other than that, the one that will not work as intended is the get package info for another application. If you try and do this on Android 11 without any changes, then by default, your app will receive a name not found exception, regardless of whether that package is installed on the device or not. I think that's a nice change because it's kind of strengthening the privacy of the data that an application has access to. Like, why should I know about the other installed apps on the device without explicitly declaring that I need that? So what do we need to do to fix that? If you do need to explicitly interact with another app, for example, invoke a specific activity, bind to a service, you can use the new queries element in the manifest to explicitly specify the packages your app needs access to. Once you declare these, the app can now query for that package name and then maybe start an activity, bind to a service, or so on. And you can also declare multiple package entries in your manifest. It's just a single line there to declare the ones that you need access to. So just to iterate, if you don't do this for Android 11, then any functionalities mentioned on the last slide will not work. As well as declaring those in the manifest, you can do this implicitly through an intent filter signature. So as the code shows on the screen, the app can now query for all apps that handle an action send intent for JPEG images to populate a custom share sheet. So these apps will now show up in the get installed packages results. So a few slides ago, we saw that the get installed packages will only return our app and also the system apps. But now with this send intent filter signature, we can now see all the apps that offer that functionality and they'll show up in the share sheet. So that's another important one to think about. If you're targeting SDK version 30, you'll need to have this also in the manifest if you're going to be offering the functionality of those get installed packages. So if you need to test this, because it could be a tricky one to test in some cases, it's a bit of a manual process. A quick way to do it is set your app's target version to SDK version to 30. Don't add the queries elements to your manifest file, and then test your app. I think that's a good thing to do, rather than just start adding stuff without knowing if you need it, because then you can just add pollution to your manifest file, and you might not need those things declared. So up the SDK and test things before trying it out, and then add the queries tags there. So when it comes to interacting with all apps on the device, so in practice, it's been found that most apps can easily express necessary package interactions with the intent and package declarations. And there is also a permission called query all packages that is available. Just to mention that, it is in the documentation. I'm not going to talk too much about this because it shouldn't be necessary for most apps. I think it's been available for certain applications, like maybe system managers or file managers or something that needs access to all installed packages on the device. Don't just go and add this. It's not the best way to do it, but yeah, check out the documentation on that if you're curious. So there's also something to bear in mind when it comes to handling intents in an application. So sometimes if apps such as maybe a social or a map or a point of interest app fires a view intent with a certain URL, you want to be able to take users directly to a default native app that can handle that URL. So if you just did this, the code on the screen, your user will see a dialog box that is kind of gives them a choice of what apps to open. And that's a little bit janky because it can be confusing, like, you know, your app should open automatically. On Android 11, there's a couple of new intent flags which are coming, which help to improve this. So one of which is a flag activity require non-browser flag. Bit of a mouthful, but it ensures that the intent is only handled by a default native app. So if one isn't available, this will result in an activity not found exception. In the exception handler, you could choose to take over the handling the intent. For example, display the URL in a Chrome tab within your app. There's also another similar intent flag called flag activity will require default. It ensures that there must be one default app that can handle the view intent, else it also results in the same exception, so you can override the experience for your user. And these flags are handy because it bypasses that dialog box that might show, and we can just default to opening a native app for the user based on the deep link. So to discover more details about the changes that I just mentioned, the package visibility, and you can enable log messages for package filtering. If you're developing a test app or debuggable app in Android Studio, this capability is already enabled for you. Otherwise, you can run the following commands in a terminal window to enable it manually. Then, whenever packages are filtered out of the package manager object's return values, you will see a message similar to the following logcat on screen. Now, just one thing to point out is that application's performance is affected when this flag is enabled. So it's recommended that you disable the logging of messages related to package visibility unless you're testing package visibility behavior. So now I want to move on to scope storage. Before the introduction of scope storage in Android 10, there were two classifications of external storage. So we had app storage and shared storage. Any apps with storage permission had access to all the shared storage. Android 10 scope storage changed this by adding a distinction between media files and other documents. Rather than apps gaining access to all files in shared storage, they now only have access to media files. So in order to gain access to documents which could potentially contain more sensitive data, the app needs to ask the user to grant specific access to those documents. So there were obviously on the screen here, there were a lot of changes in Android 10 for scope storage, and obviously there was a lot of feedback from developers. I remember there was, you know, some of the changes were quite big, and a lot of the feedback was that developers needed more time to migrate for those changes. There was a temporary opt-out flag that was added to the manifest, an attribute, and this was request legacy external storage. You can enable this and scope storage wouldn't be applied. However, I don't want to be the bearer of bad news, but after you update your app to target Android 11, the system will ignore that flag. So that request legacy external storage flag will no longer work once you're supporting API level 30. If your app opts out of scope storage and running on Android 10 devices, it's recommended that you continue to set that flag to true in your app's manifest file. That way, you can continue to behave as expected on devices that run Android 10. So you can leave that flag in place. It will just be ignored on Android 11. And for anything below that, it will still apply. So there's backward compatibility there. It's just moving forward. You need to be able to support scope storage. So Android 11 improves upon scope storage in a number of ways. First, there's been further adjustments that have been made to storage permissions. So the following changes take effect in Android 11, regardless of your app's target SDK version. So storage runtime permission is renamed to files and media. If your app hasn't opted out of scope storage and requests to read external storage permission, the user will see a different dialog compared to Android 10. This dialog indicates that your app is requesting access to photos and media. Users can see which apps have the read external storage permission in system settings. So it's easily visible and they'll know if there are applications that have access to this still. If your app targets Android 11, both the write external storage permission and the write media storage permission no longer provide any additional access. Keep in mind that on devices that run Android 10 or higher, your app can contribute to well-defined media collections such as the Downloads media store without requesting any related permissions. So in Android 10, we required user consent to edit or delete media not contributed by your app. So to do this, you had to use the media store APIs to trigger a dialog to request user consent. If the user accepts, you get a callback into your app and you can proceed to access the file either with the media store APIs or with the file path. I'm just going to shut the window because that drilling is really loud. Cool. Hope that's a little bit quieter. So in Android 10, there's going to be improvements to the user consent flow for both editing and deleting media. So now you can batch multiple edit or delete requests in one dialog rather than having to pop up one dialog per request. And this will really improve the user experience in your app. And it was a really popular request from Android 10. So there will always be the option to copy the file to your apps directory or external storage and edit the copy still. But these these grouped dialogues will really help to improve the operations that are performed. So this will be for write access, designating media as favorites, putting media in trash, and also deleting. So there is, let's see, to do this, it's the media storage used, some code down the screen. So after calling this create write request function, the system builds a pending intent object. After your app invokes this intent, the user will see a dialog that requests their consent for your app to update or delete the specified media files. Within the result of that, you can then evaluate the user's response and either proceed, or if the user did not consent, explain to the user why your app needs that permission. And that would be that. So yeah, the system will ask for permission, and depending on the action, we can then handle the response in our app. There's also some file access restriction changes which are common to Android 11. So with the action open document tree, your user can no longer access certain folders and files from the documents UI. So this will be the root of internal storage volume and the SD card volume, the downloads directory, and also a couple of nested Android directories such as the data directory and the OBB directory, as well as their subdirectories. And the same applies, or similar applies, to the action open document intent action. So individual files and folders will not be accessible from both the data and the OBB directories within the Android directory. So there's a general guidance for accessing media files through the media store because that lets the system better manage file access, and it's also more performant. So in Android 10, direct file access was locked down. So you couldn't access files that were not your own through file paths. They had to be URIs. And that was the scope storage change, and it also helped to include the privacy of the application. So there was a lot of feedback on this, which is understandable, based on third-party libraries. So in response, this is being re-enabled on Android 11. So direct file path access for media provides a native file-like interface to the media store to allow apps and libraries to continue using file APIs to access media content. If this is something your app needs, the recommended approach is to opt out of scope storage with the manifest flag on Android 10, and that will give your app a uniform way of dealing with paths across different versions. So yeah, if you want to make use of this on Android 11, keep that flag in place for Android 10 and just pretty much continue what you're doing. So that is an option if you need it. I would recommend not just doing that because it's simpler. If you can follow scope storage and you can adhere to that, I would highly recommend putting the time and effort in to do that if possible for your application, just to better future-proof any changes that might come in future versions of Android. So it's important to keep in mind that the direct path access API is built on top of the media store, and it's primarily intended for apps and libraries that rely heavily on those APIs. So because it's built on the media store, there will be some performance penalties using it. So going on what I previously said, like only use the direct path access if you need it. Otherwise, use the media store APIs. Be more performant and more future-proof. Yeah, so that's kind of that. So the last point as well is special app access. So Android wants to continue allowing some apps to have a broad access to files on external storage, provided that they have a use case that truly requires it. So in Android 11, these apps can declare a managed external storage permission that will allow them to request the user to grant them all file access in settings. A couple of examples where this may be required is file managers, so apps whose main purpose is to let the user manage files, and then also backup and restore apps. So apps that require bulk access to files, such as maybe when you get a new device or if you're backing up in the cloud. If your app requires access to a single file, such as a word processor app, you should instead use the storage access framework to utilize that. For more information on that, best use the developer documentation and follow the guidelines that you need. If your app isn't a file manager or a backup app, don't use this permission, like you don't need it. Follow the guidelines and make use of the storage access framework to adhere to the scope storage requirements. So yeah, that's kind of it for scope storage. Not too many changes, a couple of enforcements, but yeah, check out the developer documentation for more information there. So outside of all that, there's a couple of other important changes that might not affect so many apps, but they're worth mentioning. So before Android 11, there was the read phone state permission, which covers a broad set of information. So this included general state, such as if the phone is ringing or it's idle, or maybe even more private information, such as phone numbers. And this was one whole permission. So you could declare this permission and have access to all of that. So there was, yeah, generic info, private info, and that's, yeah, obviously at the time the design decision was made, but that's a lot of user information that's being leaked there with, you know, permission. So if your app targets Android 11, these permissions become more fine-grained. So there's a read phone numbers permission, which is which gives access to the phone numbers on the device, and then also the read phone state permission, which will just give the call states device. So if you're going to be supporting Android 11, you will need to split these up. And if you need those permissions, you will need to split them up. If your app only needs phone numbers, you may want to declare your permissions like this, like just access the permission you need. If you don't need the phone state, don't access that. And this, I think, is a really good step into offering more privacy over the user's contact data and their call logs. MAC address restrictions. So there are some restrictions coming on MAC addresses for non-system apps that are targeting Android 11. Not going to go too deep into this just because it's not a super common thing that I think will affect many applications. The general guideline I think with these changes coming in place is to not work with MAC addresses. They're not globally unique, they're not user resettable, and they survive factory resets. So they're not a reliable thing to use, whatever you're using them for, maybe IDs or so on. So in Android 11, there's some changes coming there you can see on screen. Check the developer documentation for info here, but yeah, the general guideline is not to work with MAC addresses if you can avoid it. Yeah, another change that's coming is restricted developer access to system alert windows. So preloaded apps will still have this granted by default, but pretty much, yeah, so there will now be a permission that is needed to, oh, sorry, there's this intent, the permission overlay intent, will no longer support a package name being supplied to the data URI. So you won't be able to, from your application, you won't be able to launch this intent and send the user straight to your app's settings for system alert windows. You can still send the user to the system alert window screen, but you just can't send them to your specific app screen. And that's just to avoid any misleading behavior or sending the user to something that they might not know what they're doing, or it's not being made clear what they should be doing. So you can still send your user to this intent, but you just can't send them to your specific one. Again, check the developer documentation for that for more information. And yeah, that's only affected for apps targeting Android 11. Cool, so that is it in terms of privacy changes. So just to recap, some of the bigger ones is we're seeing one-time permissions come in. Again, if you're already following best practices for Android permissions, you won't need to make any changes there. One-time permissions just allows the user to grant permission one time, and then next time they open your app, they can grant it again if they want to. Kind of improves the privacy there. We've got some new foreground service types of the camera and the microphone. A couple of changes around scope storage. File direct path access is coming back if you need it. Otherwise, still follow scope storage principles. And yeah, and also the data access auditing API. Not something everyone will use, but I think that's a really cool step to be able to allow developers to understand what they're accessing and really help to nail down the privacy. And then those are cool things, but I think there's some great changes coming in Android 11, and yeah, the privacy is getting better and better on the system. So I'm looking forward to seeing how apps handle this and seeing people develop it. But yeah, thank you for watching. I need to check if there's any questions, but if there's any questions, now's the time to ask them. I'm happy to ask anything. If you'd rather ask me on Twitter, reach out. It's @HiThereJoe, and I'd be happy to talk to you there. But yeah, thanks again for watching.
Thanks, Joe, for this awesome talk, and it was full of knowledge and insights. So there are a few questions, a couple of questions that they have asked. So the first question is, do we have any control over the period over which the permission will be revoked, or is it automatic determined by the system?
Will we have any control over when the permission will be revoked?
Yeah.
Is that for the one-time permissions or the complete reset? Oh, okay, so that is if your app isn't used the documentation doesn't specify a time limit, it just says several months. So that is done by the system. So if your app is if your app hasn't been opened for a couple of months, the system will automatically remove those permissions if that toggle is enabled. I don't know if that toggle is enabled by default. I presume it is in the system, but if you don't want that to happen, say if your app is like a background app, or your app isn't opened often, or it's not designed to open often, you can send your user to that settings screen, and you can say to them you need to disable the setting. So provide why you want them to disable it, and you can send them to that screen and they can disable it, so the settings won't be cleared. Otherwise, the system will clear them automatically after a few months.
That's good. We have another question. If the target SDK is 29 and not 30, will location permission requirement be under compatibility mode? I think what he meant is 28, not 29, but yeah.
Yeah, so let me just, there was something I mentioned on this. Oh yeah, it's 29, isn't it? I think I said 30 a few times. So the location permission is, here we are. So if you're on, if you're on 20, if you're not on Android 11, the location permissions will not be enforced. That's fine. Yeah. So those location permission changes are only put in place when you up your Min SDK. If you do up your Min SDK on Android 10, there will still be the flows put in place for the all at once location request, but you won't need any changes from your side.
Yeah. Thanks. Thanks a lot for making your time and giving this awesome talk. And yeah.
Cool. Yeah. Thanks for having me. Like I said, if there's any more questions, feel free to reach out on Twitter.
Sure. So everyone, you can reach out to Joe in Twitter at that hi there Joe. We'll comment the Twitter link in the comment section. So yeah, you can reach out to him and he responds pretty quickly. So yeah.
Cool.
Thanks
Good
so
stuff.
much.
Thank you.
So next up is Piyush, and we'll be having 10 minutes break. Piyush will be on stage at 8 sharp. So yeah.
अभी बस देख रहे हैं।
एक बार एक काम करते, एक चक्कर मार लेते हैं, एक चक्कर मार लेते हैं। ठीक है वह
Live
Yes,
streaming
go ahead.
is on.
Done.
Hey everyone, so we are back with Piyush Maheshwari. I am proud to introduce him to you because he is also from Kolkata, and we work together in GDG Kolkata. So yeah, Piyush works at Facebook as an Android developer, and he's gonna talk today about navigation components and where to find them. So yeah, over to you, Piyush.
Thanks a lot. I'll just share my screen. Yeah. So, yeah, is it visible? Is the screen visible? Yeah. Okay, cool. So let's start. So the first page is obviously the topic, navigation components and where to find them. Who am I? I'm a final year student. I haven't graduated yet. I work at textbook.com as an Android engineer, and I did my internship at Gophers. I'm also a productivity geek, which means I spend more time in spending like how to find the solution than actually finding the solution. So yeah, that's kind of a disadvantage. But yeah, you can reach out to me in one of the URLs. So what is navigation? Navigation refers to the interactions that allow users to navigate across, into, and back out from the different pieces of content within your app. Basically, all the interactions which you do in the screen, either from going from one screen to the other or something like that, it's all navigation. Uh, Ways to do navigation, it's generally done using intents and fragment transaction. Intents for applications, and for fragments you just add or replace using the fragment manager object and fragment transaction object, and then come with that. Uh, so what about situations like navigation drawer or bottom navigation? So in these cases, the main problem is we have to keep syncing the highlighted item with the present screen, not to mention the backstack management. So that is a lot of trouble. It's complex, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So we have a solution, navigation components, which is a suite of libraries, tooling, and guidance that provides a robust navigation framework for in-app navigation. Basically, it's a library by Jetpack, which will help you simplify your navigation throughout the app. So the main components used are navigation graph, navigation host, and navigation controller. I'll explain one by one. So navigation graph is a new XML resource type that defines all possible paths a user can take through an app. It shows visually all the destinations that can be reached from a given destination. It's basically a new XML resource file which we have to create a navigation graph file for that, and you enter the destinations, the action attributes, and everything. I'll show in a bit. Next, we have nav host, which is an interface serving as a container that hosts the nav controller. It's an empty container that displays destinations from your navigation graph. Basically, it's just a container to show all the navigations which you will have in the app. That is navhost. Nav controller is a class managing navigation within navhost by interacting with navgraph. It orchestrates the swapping of destination content in the nav host as users move throughout the app. Basically, the main job is of the nav controller, which basically controls all the navigation while interacting with navigation graph. So other important classes, first is the nav host fragment, which provides an area within your layout for self-contained navigation to occur. Typically, you would have one nav host fragment per activity. I'll explain that in the demo. Next, we have the navigation class, which is just a helper class for obtaining the nav controller instance and connect the action with it so that we can perform the navigation. Next, we have navigation UI class for connecting app navigation patterns like drawer, bottom navigation, action bar. All the toolbars or bars you see in the app, we'll have to use navigation UI for that. So let's get to code. Yeah. So first, I'll just explain. We have the main activity. So first, I'll show you how to create a navigation graph. So there are two ways. One is by going here and create an Android resource file and choose navigation from here. But a better way is using resource manager. Basically, you go to navigation and click on this plus icon and add a new navigation graph. So I'll just show a demo. MyNav2. Okay, cancel. So we have our navigation MyNav2, which looks like this. So basically, when you create the navigation graph, uh, the screen looks like this. This shows the host and the graph. This is where you add destinations, and this is where you add the attributes. So basically, to add a destination or a screen, you just click here, and create new destination and choose a fragment. I've already created one MyNav, so I'll just use that. So basically, there are two fragments in the demo I'm showing, which is first is the first fragment and the second fragment. So the home button you see here shows the starting point of the app. It's necessary to have at least one starting destination, obviously. So here's that it. I'll just show the first fragment and second fragment. First fragment is just text view with background blue and showing one. And similarly, fragment two is showing two. That's it. Now I'll show how to connect both of them. So basically, you just click, you just drag. I'll just remove this and show. So basically, you just drag and drop to show from where you want to do the navigation. And similarly, like what in this case I have done is I've navigated from 1 to 2 and 2 to 1. These are actions, these arrows. We can also add animations to it. So basically, for this, for this, I haven't added, so I'll just remove that code. Yeah. So for this, we can add enter animation, exit animation, pop enter animation, and pop exit animation. So I'll explain all these four. So basically, first is enter animation and exit animation. So what happens is when you navigate from one fragment to other, suppose from fragment 1 to fragment 2 has enter animation, and fragment 1 has exit animation. And similarly, for when you enter fragment 2, and when you press back button, sorry, my tongue slipped. So when you press the back button after entering second fragment, pop enter, like basically the animations are reversed. Pop enter animation is for second fragment, and pop exit animation is for the first fragment. And you can add similarly for both these files. You can add the default animations too, but I've added ones which I created. So after this, I'll just get back to code. So what I've done in fragment one is I've added a click listener to the text view. So we use the navigation class, and we use that class to find the nav controller for the view. And in the navigate part, I'll just show the code part first for this. So basically, when you drag and drop and enter animations and everything, this code is being auto-generated. So what this shows is this is the fragment which has the ID first fragment, and it has this action. Basically, the action is what you are supposed to do. Action first fragment to second fragment. And similarly, we have a second fragment which has action second fragment to first fragment and the destination. So both have the destinations. Destination for first fragment is the second fragment, and similarly we have first for the second one. These are all the animations we have entered. So in first fragment, what we do is we send the action, the ID of action in the navigate function, which will tell the fragment that when someone clicks on the text view, you basically perform this action. And this action is what is basically opening the second fragment. And similarly, in fragment 2, I've added a code for on-click listener on the text view, which does the opposite of that, basically navigates from second fragment to the first fragment. I'll just run the app and show once. So, yeah, just 1 second. Hmm. Oh, done. So basically, this is the app, and while clicking on one, we go to two, and on clicking on two, we come back to one. So this is the most basic implementation of navigation components. Next, we should look at one interesting case. So what happens in most of the apps is we have a login screen, and after that we have a separate login flow, and then we want the users to get a look at the screen we are showing without, like, so basically you don't want users to get to that screen without logging in the app. So basically what happens is, so suppose we have, I'll just show you a demo. So basically, 1 second, I have a practice app for this. So this app will show a basic implementation of a login flow. Basically, you enter a user ID and you click login, and you've entered the home screen. And now on pressing back, you don't want the user to go back to the login screen, which did not happen in this case. So what we have to do in navigation components for this? So what exactly we'll be doing is we'll be using two variables, which are pop up to and pop up to inclusive. I'll just add these once. I'll explain that. 1 second. Yeah. So pop up to is like basically tells you what you want to happen when you press the back button, and pop up to inclusive is a boolean which will return true or false, which indicates that basically if in this case, since it's true, it's basically saying that include this fragment also while clearing the backstack. So I'll just show how this changes the flow of the app. 1 second. Oh, that's installed. Yeah. So we click on one, we enter two, and now on pressing back, we exit the app. This is what we have to do when we are dealing with login flow. And let's get back to slides. So how do we send data from one fragment to another? First is using bundle, the obvious case. I'll just show an example. How do we do that? So basically, we create a bundle, and we, in this case, I have put an integer with this tag, and this is the integer country.id. And similarly, like when you enter the navigate function, you just pass the bundle in the second argument. What this does is sends this bundle across to the next fragment, since it already knows the destination. So this is the sending side. On the receiving side, we'll just collect the bundle object from arguments like get int and store it in a country ID. This is the most basic implementation of bundle in navigation components. Next is by using safe args, which was introduced in navigation components only. It's a Gradle plugin used to pass data between destinations. What it does is it generates code for us, and which we can use. So basically, you will have to add this. One second. Yeah. So we'll have to add this path in the Gradle file. I'll just show how do we implement using safe args. So the first thing which we have to do is add arguments in the action. So basically, in this case, like I'll show you the code. I've added one argument. I'll explain this. So basically, in this case, we have added, yeah. So in this action, first fragment to second fragment, we want to pass the argument. What we'll do is we'll create an argument of the type number, of the name number, and type integer, and we have to add a default value. So in this case, what I've done is I've given the name number, I've added a default value, and I've added the type, which is an integer. So this is the XML part. In the Kotlin file, what we have to do is, I'll just comment this and uncomment this. So it's nothing else. First, what we have to do is we'll have to, like after adding the arguments, we'll have to rebuild the project, which will help us to get the generated code. So once the Gradle build is finished, I'll show you the generated code and explain the classes. So it's finished. So here we have come to Java generated, and in this we have first fragment directions, second fragment args, and second fragment directions. So the directions class are those classes which for any destinations which have actions attached to it. So since both the fragments have actions attached to it, the directions class are generated, which has basically the action which we'll call using this class, and the args class is for those classes which have arguments associated with it. So which has the inbuilt functions to bundle and from bundle, which like this is all generated code, and we don't have to do write the code for this. This passes the number which we exactly added in the argument, this number, and it also has the default value. So so in the first fragment, what we'll do is we'll comment out this. So what we did was we created a variable of action using the directions class and passed the number 56, and again perform the same operation, find nav controller with the action, this one. On the receiving side, what we'll have to do is, I'll comment this out. 1 second, I have to comment. Yeah. So basically, it takes a variable. It makes a. We'll have to make a variable args from the second fragment args, which is supported by the nav args. And in this variable my number, we store the number from the arguments which we received. And what we are doing is we are setting that number in the text of the text view which we have in the second fragment. So basically, it's just setting the text to the fragment, and similarly the same old operation on clicking on which we'll navigate back to the first fragment. I'll just show. I'll just run the app and show. So basically, 1 second. What's been running? Install. Yeah. So 1, and now we have 56. So this is how we pass the arguments in navigation components using safe args. So yes, let's get back to code, which I had to do. Yeah. So we navigation components also supports deep linking. For this, the first operation which we have to do is add nav graph in the manifest file in the activity in which we have added the nav host fragment. And in fragment, just like the argument, we'll add a deep link with the URI on which we want to perform the deep link action. And on the Kotlin file, we'll just like in this case, what they've done is they've added a set on click listener and name and ID, and attaching that to the deep link URI. And in the navigate part, we send the URI. So basically, we were sending actions before. Now we are sending the URI. So that's it. Deep link is implemented in your app. This is this is pretty less code compared to how we implement deep linking normally. So real life use cases, one is navigation drawer and the other is bottom navigation view. Let's get back to code, the final call. So what I've done is I'll just close this. Yeah, I don't need. I've created a different file for this. So I have a drawer main activity. I'll just make that as the launcher app, and I've added a to-do so that I don't forget things. Yeah, so I've made the drawer main activity as the main launcher file. Then we have the to-do at the step 1. So basically, this is the drawer main activity. I'll remove main activity and activity main. Yeah, so drawer main activity is this. Step 1 is to set the content view, the basic stuff. Step 2 is I'll show you the XML file for this activity. We have the drawer layout as the root layout. We have added the fragment, which is the nav host fragment, and we have added our navigation graph, which is the my nav. And similarly, we have added a navigation view in which all the operations will be done. And we have to specifically add the menu, which we have to create, which we want to show in the navigation bar. So basically, this is the menu. The important thing to note here is this ID should match with the ID of the fragment in the navigation graph. So I'll show you. In this case, my nav, it's first fragment, And in the menu also, you will have to mention first fragment and second fragment so that the operation is being done. Otherwise, like if I change this variable to this ID to something else, it won't happen. The navigation won't happen. So the next is step 5. So basically creating variables for all the classes which you need. One is the nav controller, second is the drawer layout, and third is the app bar configuration. This is an inbuilt Android class which helps you connect with the UI of the app, and in this case, the drawer layout. So in step 6, what I'll just explain what are these steps. So yeah, so we have added nav controller with find nav controller and given this fragment. This fragment is the same one which we've used for the nav host fragment. So in this case, this we have done drawer layout. Similarly, the XML ID for drawer layout, and what we've done is we have attached the nav controller with the view. This navigation view is the navigation view which we added in the drawer layout. So yeah, that's it. And for the app bar configuration, we have to pass the graph and the drawer layout. Basically, tell the app bar configuration what and where to do. And with this function, set up action bar with nav controller, we've basically set the action bar, which has the hamburger icon and which will show the navigation bar basically. After this, to do step 7 is run app. So I'll show you. Hilt. Yeah, in this case, so on clicking on this, you can see like we have added the action bar, but on clicking on this, nothing's being done. This is because we haven't overridden this function, which is the on support navigate up. This is the function which will this is basically an inbuilt function of the app compat activity. In by overriding this method, we are saying the class that we have to navigate using this app bar configuration which you created and which we have initialized with our navigation graph and drawer layout. So after this, when we run our app, we'll see the you'll see the changes. So now we can navigate from one fragment to the other. This is the basic implementation of the drawer layout. I've added some code for the destination change listener also, so that you know what to do when a click is happening on that and how to navigate. So basically, I've created a listener class, listener variable, and I've assigned I've attached that listener with the nav controller, and basically nav controller has this function add on destination change listener, which takes the destination as the lambda input. And basically what it's doing here is checking the destination ID. If the destination is first fragment, what I'm doing is I'm setting the action bar title as the first fragment, and in the second case, since we don't have any other fragment, so in else I've added second fragment. So after this, when we run our app, we'll see the exact implementation of listener and the navigation drawer with the complete UI. So basically, if you're on the first fragment, you'll see first fragment, and on navigating to second fragment, we'll see the second fragment. This is how the navigation components work in the case of navigation drawer. So things not covered in the talk but are there and are useful is one is nested navigation graph. So basically what happens is I'll explain the login flow. So if in the app, like the previous case which I told you, that you don't want the user to navigate to certain screens unless they have done the login part. So in this case, what we can do is we can add a nested navigation graph to the navigation. Basically, in this class, in the mynav file, inside the navigation, we'll just create one more navigation file and similarly add the fragments and all whatever it's needed, whatever is needed. So that I haven't covered. Next is connect view model with NC navigation components. It's also easy and can be done easily using the documentation. We can also send data using parse label and serializable. It has been released recently. So I did not cover because I did not have that much confidence. Next, also like navigation components work with modularization also, basically breaking the app into certain modules and independent modules and uh, working for a better runtime. We can also connect navigation components with that. Uh, Next is the thank you slide. You can reach out to me on Twitter, on GitHub, or on chess.com. I'm available everywhere. So yeah, that's it from my side.
Thanks, Piyush. It was a great session and very informative one. So we have a few questions.
Okay.
So first one is fragment view is recreated each time we navigate using navigation component. I am
Yeah.
facing flicker because of this. How to solve this?
Can you? I'll just check the question here. Once again. Fragment view is recreated each time we navigate using navigation component. I'm facing flicker because of this. How to solve this? Fragment view is recreated. So basically,
Yeah.
you have to clear the backstacks every time. Like since the default is everything will be added to the backstack. In this case, like when we suppose go to two, go to fragment second, and we come back to one, and we go to second fragment. All this gets added to the backstack. So basically, when you press back button, all the operations are recreated, and basically you'll have to clear the backstacks for this, so that the fragment view is not recreated every time. Yeah.
So another question is, I am thinking of having one graph per flow and use a master graph to start with. So yeah, what's your opinion on this?
So that's what I said is the nested navigation graph. Basically, you create a navigation graph inside a navigation graph, and so basically what you will have to use is global actions. What are global actions are is actions which don't have any destination. So if I remove this destination part, this becomes a global action, and I'll have to define this outside any navigation. What we can do is, suppose I'll convert this ID to a login flow ID. So what will this action do? What we can do is we can access this action from anywhere inside the app and use this in the nested navigation. So we can use this global action for that.
Yeah, that's great. So yeah, thanks Piyush
Thank
for
you.
sparing your time in giving this talk, and
Thanks a lot.
it was great talk and great session. And yeah, thanks everyone for joining us. And we still have another session that's by Jitin, who is a GD in India in Android development, and he will be live at 9:30 sharp. So yeah, you have around 1 hour break, and after that we'll be back. So stay tuned. And we have Apps Mania, where we'll be showcasing the apps that needs focus. So yeah, stay tuned.
Thanks, Rigo. Thanks, Piyush, for the
Thank you.
talk. I see like a lot of people are interested in getting the ideas about the basic stuff around navigations, and many of the people don't know what's new, which has changed in Android Studio. So pretty good stuff. We'll definitely ask you again to join us.
Yeah, we can also add the my GitHub repo. I'll add it in the comment section. You can look at the
Sure.
code there.
So guys, please follow Piyush on Twitter. Maybe from there you can get some repository links, and yeah, you can find the Twitter links from our website stream.mtechviral.com for everyone, for all the speakers, all the volunteers, and us. And next session is after 1 hour, so that you can take a break, you can have your dinner, and then we will resume again from tomorrow. I was thinking about having a quiz in between, but let me know in the comments what you think about it. Otherwise, we will do it tomorrow only. So stay tuned, and we will be back in an hour. And in the meantime, as Rivu stated, we will play Apps Mania as well, where we got some responses from some individual developers who has developed an application on a good specific idea which didn't get that much attention. So that's what we will showcase. So thanks for joining, and we will catch you very soon.
order to save their time and money and a bad experience. So I see people don't when people start something new, they don't have any guidance apart from the internet, where you will see plethora of things which are not like easy to find the good thing. So there will be someone who can help them in finding a right particular resource in order to save the time and money. It would be a great idea. So I come up with an idea to solve this problem called the help desk. So let's sign in. There's a sign in and sign up feature where you can sign in with Google or email and password. So I just sign in with Google, and here's the helpers desk view, where you will see a list of people who are right now available at helping in the skill set. So you see a particular list contains a name, a profile picture, and a skill set with top 4 skills which someone is expert on. And also, if you want to contact them, you can see their email, copy to clipboard, and you can just contact them on their email and ask what help you want. So in the next feature, I will add chat functionality soon. Also, there's a feature of a profile, someone who wants to help, if you want to help, you can just toggle on to see yourself in the list. Also, if you want to update the skills, you can just click on the pan, and you just have to put up all of new 4 skills, and you're good to go. So this is my project, the help desk. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, I'm Sharma. I'm the lead at DSC, and this is my DSC Solution Challenge project called the Help Desk. So it is a platform where people will get help in anything in their life, from learning something to do any particular task, in order to save their time and money and a bad experience. So I see people when people start something new, they don't have any guidance apart from the internet, where you will see plethora of things which are not easy to find the good thing. So there will be someone who can help them in finding a right particular resource in order to save the time and money. It would be a great idea. So I come up with an idea to solve this problem called the help desk. So let's sign in. There's a sign in and sign up feature where you can sign in with Google or email and password. So I just sign in with Google, and here's the helpers desk view, where you will see a list of people who are right now available at helping in the skill set. So you see a particular list contains a name, a profile picture, and a skill set with top 4 skills which someone is expert on. And also, if you want to contact them, you can see their email, copy to clipboard, and you can just contact them on their email and ask what help you want. So in the next feature, I will add chat functionality soon. Also, there's a feature of a profile, someone who wants to help, if you want to help, you can just toggle on to see yourself in the list. Also, if you want to update the skills, you can just click on the pan, and you just have to put up all of new 4 skills, and you're good to go. So this is my project, the help desk. Thank you so much. Hi everyone, I'm Sharma. I'm the lead at DSC, and this is my DSC Solution Challenge project called the Help Desk. So it is a platform where people will get help in anything in their life, from learning something to do any particular task, in order to save their time and money and a bad experience. So I see people when people start something new, they don't have any guidance apart from the internet, where you will see plethora of things which are not easy to find the good thing. So there will be someone who can help them in finding a right particular resource in order to save the time and money. It would be a great idea. So I come up with an idea to solve this problem called the help desk. So let's sign in. There's a sign in and sign up feature where you can sign in with Google or email and password. So I just sign in with Google, and here's the helpers desk view, where you will see a list of people who are right now available at helping in the skill set. So you see a particular list contains a name, a profile picture, and a skill set with top 4 skills which someone is expert on. And Also, if you want to contact them, you can see their email, copy to clipboard, and you can
Live streaming is on.
Okay.
Hello everyone, welcome back to Android Stream Day. Right now we have with us Jitin Sharma, who is a GD in Android development and who is organizer of BLR Triad. He is organizing BLR Kotlin events as well, and a product engineer at Gojek and a very close friend of mine. So yeah, he will be talking about metaprogramming in Kotlin. So yeah, over to you, Jitin.
Okay. Hi everyone, how are you doing? Quite late right now, so let's get started. Yeah. So, hello everyone. Welcome to this session of metaprogramming with Kotlin. This is a sort of a Kotlin-oriented session. Bit of an introduction about myself. My name is Jitin Sharma. I work as a Android engineer. Sorry, I work as an Android engineer at Gojek, and I'm a Google developer expert for Android as well as organizer of DLR Droid Meetup Group. This is a session on Kotlin. Its capabilities mostly around Android ecosystem, but what it could help within your Android projects as well. So this is sort of an open-ended talk, which means it's mostly dependent on the experiences which I had in using Kotlin. Using Kotlin outside of Android ecosystem, and it's about automation. It has to do a lot of things with automation around file operations and mostly around Android projects. And it's about Kotlin, our favorite programming language. So first of all, what is metaprogramming? So if I have to explain in a very simple terms, a lot of us are front-end or back-end engineers. So front-end engineers write code to produce UI, whereas back-end engineers would write code to produce APIs. So generally, we write code to produce some sort of tangible outcome like UI or an API. Metaprograms are a piece of code where you write code to produce code. So these programs, are code generators, code parsers. So they don't have a tangible output like API or a UI. Their output is code or bytecode itself. So, brief in a brief manner, metaprograms could be identified as code generators or code parsers, and we use them mostly as Android developers. We use them in our life every day. So, one simple example is annotation processors. So, we use annotations in a lot of libraries, and annotation processors act as code generators as well as code parsers. So, take an example of libraries which almost all of us use is like Dagger, Retrofit, and Jitin. So, Dagger uses annotations to generate code. So, it's a code generator based annotation processor. Whereas we use annotations in Retrofit and Jitin also, but these annotations are not used to produce code, but instead these annotations are read, so they act as code parsers, where annotations are the things which are being parsed by these libraries. So let's first talk about source code parsers. So why would you need a source code parser? So source code parsers have a lot of advantages, especially if you have a larger code base. It helps you to get insights of your code bases, generate data about it, and pinpoint areas of problems. You can build static analysis tools. So once you have handle of your source code itself as a data point, you could easily analyze it and build tools around it. You could even use it to build custom documentation. We'll talk about that in detail a bit later. Before we start parsing source code, we have to underscore what source code is. So all of us write code, but it has a structure to it. It has an anatomy to it. Let's talk about Java. All of us have fairly used Java at some point of life. Maybe we are not doing it now with Kotlin. But if I have to understand what a blueprint of Java file looks like, we have file, then we have a class. Your file can only have a single class at a topmost level. The class, it might have inner classes in it. It can have functions. It can have variables. So this is a structure, and along with it, there is a concept of modifier. Your class could be public, private, protected. It could be abstract. It could be an interface without any functions, without any function declarations, or it could be static. So Java has a very restrictive way of declaring files and classes. Kotlin is a bit less restrictive in nature because it allows you to virtually do anything with a Kotlin file. So your file can have functions, your file can have classes, your file can have variables. It doesn't really need to have a top level class. Your classes may again internally have functions, classes, and variables. Even at modifier level, we have more modifiers like companion, data class, along with abstract interface. And then we have things like private, internal, and concepts like type aliases, which are redirection of types, but they don't actually create new types. So at a blueprint level, Kotlin is a bit more complicated than Java because it's less restrictive in nature. So if we take any arbitrary piece of code of Kotlin, we can have a file which has a top level variable, a class has a variable, its functions, its inner classes, and data classes. So let's see how we can parse this class. So we take help of something called program structure interface, also known as PSI model. PSI is part of IntelliJ's Open API. It is the same model which IntelliJ uses to parse all kinds of files, whether it's Kotlin, Java. It provides hierarchical content of the code. Basically, it's a tree-like structure of your code itself, and it's language independent. Basically, any language which IntelliJ would support has a PSI structure available for it. So let's try to create a PSI for a Kotlin file. So we can create PSI via PSI file factory, and create file from a text. Like we take a file, we get the text of the file as a string and pass it to it, and we provide it a language. In this case, since we are trying to parse a Kotlin file, we provide Kotlin language and instance. The project here is again a language specific project. For example, if we are trying to create, if we are trying to parse a Kotlin file, we will create Kotlin core environment project. And one thing which we see here is environment config files. So since Kotlin is a multi-platform language, it can have JVM type files, it can have JS type files or native type files. So if you're parsing project, you can pass the type of these files depending on the type of project you have created, whether it's JVM, JS, or native in nature. So all of this stuff is available in Kotlin compiler embeddable jar. So the whole compiler of Kotlin is available as an embedded jar, and it contains the same logic which Kotlin C uses to compile Kotlin files, whether it's your command line or within IntelliJ as well. And it contains all sorts of redirections and libraries which compiler internally uses to parse these files. PSI is a recursive tree structure. Basically, every element in your file is a PSI element, and the whole thing is bound up to a PSI file, which itself is a PSI element. So it's a recursive tree structure of any class, any variable which might be present in your file. And when we use the Kotlin compiler embeddable jar, we can basically map the whole structure of a PSI file or a PSI element into a KT file. So this allows us to basically, it kind of extends PSI capabilities to Kotlin, and because Kotlin has some language features which are language specific, such as extension functions, different types of modifiers. So once we get KT file, we can easily map them out, which may not be present in the PSI elements. So let's take this example of a source code we have a Kotlin file. Starting from the first, we have import statement, we have class declarations, function. So let's start parsing this file and see what we can get. So first thing is we'll pass the whole source code as a text and try to get a KT file. So the arrowview.kt becomes our KT file, which becomes the top level structure of the whole file itself. And then we have import statements. So once we get the file, we can get something called kt import list, which represents the import statements of the Kotlin file. Each import is represented as skip import directive from which you can get the import. If you are using aliases, so for example, Kotlin allows imports to have aliases in them. We can even get the import alias here, which will give us the name of the alias itself. Second thing is the class declaration. So class declaration has a lot of data inside it. So the first thing is the class itself, which is represented by kt class. Class will have a primary constructor. So primary constructor is actually a function declaration which represents the primary constructor of this class. And then we have kt supertype entries. The supertype entries represents the type of classes which this class is inheriting, whether they are abstract or in interface in nature. So once we get the class, we go to the internal inside functions of a class. So at a function level, first thing we can see is the modifier keyword token. So modifier keyword token is the modifier which this function has applied. Then we have kt parameter. So kt parameter represents the parameter types, and if there are like multiple parameters, we can get a list of parameters as well. And the third thing is the return type, which is the type reference of this function. So inside the body, we can get kt block expression as well as kt expression. So the block expressions represent what is present inside the block of the curly braces, whereas kt expression represents the whole expression of the function available as a text. If your function has a documentation to it, then, or even if your class has a documentation to it, then you can get the documentation as an element called kdoc, and then the kdoc will give you the whole documentation as a string. So we have a class here, and we were able to parse almost every intricate little detail of this class, whether it's any kind of return type, any kind of name, all sort of parameters, constructors, functions, even imports, along with documentation which this class might have. So kt file is as I said, it's based on a PSI tree, so it works on a element visitor pattern where you can recursively visit every element in the file. The compiler embeddable jar allows us to, it gives us extension functions which allows us to recursively visit classes as well as function using class recursive visitor and name function recursive visitor. So you could just parse any kind of classes which might be present in the file and any functions which might be present in the file itself. So these are the methods through which we can get all this data which I had talked about in the previous slides. This is a graphical representation of a PSI file. So it's the same file. We have arrowview.kt, package directive, import list, and then class. Class has a primary constructor. It has a body. Body has a function. Function has modifiers, and then block itself. This thing is actually an IntelliJ IDEA plugin. So if you are using Android Studio or IntelliJ IDEA, you can set this plugin up, and then any file, whether it's XML, Java, or Kotlin, you can actually view the PSI body of the whole class itself, of the file itself. Source code as a data. So we have a way to analyze source code and get all the values out of it, whether how many functions take how many parameters, how many classes have how many functions. We can get all kinds of data because we have now ability to parse the whole class itself. So what we can do is we can represent the whole file as a data object called parsed file, which has a name. It has a documentation which might be presented at the file level, and then it could have list of parsed classes, parsed functions, and parsed variables. So each of these classes and function can have their own classes can have their own functions, or inner classes they can have their own documentation. So it's a recursive sort of model through which you can represent the whole PSI tree as a object. You can then serialize this to a JSON, and then once you serialize this to a JSON, you can create a whole blueprint of your source code into a JSON file, where we get name, classes, type of classes, and functions. So yeah, what to do with all this data? So first thing is, this is something which I personally used: create custom documentation. So Docker is the first thing which we will go to once we want to document anything in Kotlin. But if you want to create a sort of a custom documentation, I found Docker to be very limited in nature, because it is built on a set of its own rules. And if you want, to create a documentation from multiple sources, or have a documentation where you could inject modifiable information in it, Docker doesn't really allow you to do that. So if you're a library developer, then you could have requirement of creating custom documentation, which is something which I had. So this is a very good example for creating custom documentation tools, and you could easily do that with this, because you have access to everything in your source code with these kind of recursive visitors. You could create static analysis tool, which could be like domain oriented in respect to your project. So since you have access to all kinds of classes, all kinds of functions, you can analyze your whole source code itself, and then analyze it to find out if how many number of classes are having a lot of functions or stuff like that. We have KTlint for that, and KTlint exactly does the same thing. It is actually built on top of PSI and compiler and KT file concepts. So it uses exactly the same thing to create lint rules around Kotlin. We have talked about source code generators, so let's talk about source code parsers. We have talked about source code parsers. My bad. So let's talk about source code generators as well. We start with the same question, like, why do we need source code generators? So the first thing, the first advantage of having a source code generator is avoiding manual boilerplate code. So especially in Android projects, I have seen around, like, there are a lot of frameworks and libraries and even architectures which expect a lot of boilerplate code. These are necessary, you can't just throw them away, but every time, let's say you are creating a screen or a fragment or an activity, you are expected to write a lot of code which could have been easily done by a computer. So once you do that, you can even create templates, so you can promote templating. And if you promote templating, you easily get an advantage of creating more formalized code base. Templating allows you to create a starting point from which you actually start writing code manually, because before that everything is auto-generated. So once it's auto-generated, it's auto-generated for you along with all the developers in your team. So the starting point is more formalized for everyone, and then once it's formalized, then you will have similar looking code base, similar looking code in all over your code base. So Kotlin is an excellent language for writing source code, because it has a lot of extensions around string manipulation with regex, and even has extension for indenting files. If you're using Java 8, it provides a hell lot of file operations and even stream API for using files. When you're working with files, it's easily understandable that you might be working with hundreds or thousands of files, so you can easily use coroutines for asynchronously doing things with files, which is also available in Kotlin. So this is a simple example of writing templates. So this is a very small string, but we have used a function called here trim indent. So as I said, Kotlin has extension for indenting also. So trim indent allows you to create indentation in your file. So in this case, what it will do is if any line is out of indent, it will automatically identify the base indent of the file and then indent all the lines according to it. And then you can just use files.write to write this file. But this is very static in nature. We can use string templates, like here we are passing activity name, layout name. So string templates allow us to provide a bit of a dynamism and it's better than Java where you have to use plus operator. So, but even strings are advantages up to still some point. At some point of time, you will find strings to be too dynamic for your thing, and it might lead to some sort of failure. So what we need is an structured code generation where we could generate source code out of an API instead of a string. So there is a library called Kotlin Poet by Square, which allows you to do that. It has various APIs to create Kotlin files. So you have file spec builder to build a file, type spec builder to build classes, and function builders to build functions. So, and then you can add parameters, modifiers, and superclasses as well. So it has all sorts of API to write code. So anything which you write manually in a Kotlin file can be written using this API, using the API of Kotlin Poet. So now we talk about schema-based code gen. So now we have a structured way to create a code because we have an API. So what we can do is we can generate code based on schema. So few slides earlier we saw we converted source code into data. Now we'll try to do the reverse. We'll basically take data and generate source code out of it. So this is an example of a schema, and I guess everyone has guessed this is a recycler view. So recycler view is a very prime example of an API in Android where you have to write a lot of boilerplate code. And to create one recycler view, you have to create recycler view, its adapter, changes into layout file, view holders, and the actual layout of the item itself. So there are libraries to automate this, but like epoxy, but in a lot of projects these things might not be viable. So why not automate creating recycler view itself? So let me just give an example here. So let's talk about this. It's the same JSON file here. So yeah, it's the same JSON file here. So if I just run this thing, yeah, so it has generated one adapter here. So it's a empty adapter. It has no logic, but it provides you all kinds of the override function and all the functions which you need on create view holder, get item count, on bind view holder. And it has also generated my item file. The item file itself is empty except the structure itself. So this is a one single example. We can take it up a notch also. So instead of having single view holder, we will have multiple types of views. So here the generator created multiple view holders. Instead of one view holder, we have two view holders here. And even the return type has changed from a recycler view dot view holder. So if you have multiple view holders, it will change the return type. And it also added one function get item view type, which will be needed when you use multiple types of views. And you have two layout files here, text view for header and linear layout for items. So this is a very crude example, but it's a very valid example because we do write a lot of boilerplate code for recycler view. And then we could do a lot of things with this, basically have a generator for recycler view where it could even create the recycler view, add it to your parent layout, and initialize the adapter wherever it was needed. So this is the advantage of schema-based code gen. So schemas, you can fix schema of a recycler view because its API doesn't change a lot. So you can have you can have a lot of you can have a lot of keys in this JSON, and it will allow you to create more complicated recycler views. Only the structure, not the logic. Another example of structure-based cogen is SQL structure. So if I look at SQL structure, it's something which will not change, which has not really changed a lot and will not change a lot. So in this case, we talk about a library called SQL Delight, again by Square. So instead of ORMs which we use, SQL Delight works on a concept of where you write queries in an SQL file, in an SQ file, and then it generates queries for you. So again, this is the advantage of the schema-based code gen, because SQL has a fixed schema, so you can write all sort of queries, and then you're not really, ORMs come up with all sorts of limitations when it comes to querying, but here you can actually write raw queries, and then you can move it to, and then the processor will create these query codes for you. Insert, get all, and the transactor. It will even create the database instance for you. So SQLite is multi-platform in nature, because all the code which it generates is Kotlin only, so it has no dependencies on any platform. The only dependency is when you actually initialize the database, where you can pass a Android SQLite driver for Android or a native SQLite driver when you're targeting native platforms. And then you can do a query which will return a type of a Kotlin data class or normal class. So yeah, this is another example of schema-based cogen where schema is defined. So schema-based cogen but is a double-edged sword, because if your schema changes a lot, then the generator has to be rewritten a lot of times. So it kind of loses its advantage if you have to rewrite the generator every time the schema changes. So in the domain of your projects, it's better to have these kind of generators for fixed schema, whether they are project specific or framework specific. But yeah, they need to have fixed schema for getting those advantages. So Kotlin is a great language for writing files, because it has all these kinds of extensions, using use extension for closable files, creating line sequences, writing file. Whereas also you can use Java 8 APIs to write files and finding the files. So it has a lot of extension internally, and Kotlin has its own IO library as well. So I found it to be really helpful while doing file level operations. This is something which you may or may not get used to when you are doing Android development, because we rarely work with files there. But yeah, if you move out of Android ecosystem to try out these things, you will find there are a lot of untouched APIs which are actually present in Kotlin. If you want to do this kind of stuff in your project, so what you can do is, let's say you have an Android project with an app module, feature modules. You can create something called a tools module. This can be created by Android Studio Wizard, new module wizard, where you can select it as a Java library and apply Kotlin plugin to it. So once you do that, you can start writing the Kotlin code without any Android dependency in this module, and then it will build a jar file for you, and you can just do Java jar to actually run and send parameters as well. Other option is creating a KTS file. So KTS files are Kotlin scripting files. They do not produce any jar file, but they can be directly executed on the terminal itself. KTS KScript is another sort of library which is like a wrapper on top of KTS. So it has like dependency management and stuff like that. So you can use that also to execute script files. So KTS support is pretty much stable right now, so you can use them. Even build.gradle is supporting the KTS extension. So yeah, you can use KScript also if you don't want to create a new module or use the jar path. One fun fact, we all use Kotlin standard library, from which we get all the extension and functions for the collection framework. The whole standard library is actually auto-generated from templates, not in the similar manner which I show, but in a different manner. One of the reason is standard library is multi-platform in nature, so it has like multiple variants. All of the variants, 90% do the same thing, but it does have multiple variants for JS, JVM, and native. So the whole standard library is actually generated from templates. So yeah, that's a little nugget of information. So that's it from my side. So through this presentation, I just wanted to tell you some things which I found out in Kotlin working in tooling domain, but related to Android project itself, not outside of Android. So I hope you found it helpful. You can always contact me on Twitter here, and yeah, thanks for joining in.
Thanks, Jitin, for being with us.
Yeah.
Really appreciate it. It was an awesome introduction to all these meta programming techniques you told about Kotlin. I think many people are still starting with Kotlin, so it can be really a good help. So this was our last session. Thanks to Jitin again. And if you have any questions, then let me see if we got any questions
Yeah, sure.
right now. I don't think we have got many questions here. So Jitin, I think I'll share your profile link so that people can,
Yeah, makes sense.
Yeah, visit your profile and maybe probably they will ask questions.
Yeah.
So thanks again, and see you soon with some other stream.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
So
Bye.
okay, good. Okay, guys, so this was Jitin, and it was the last session for Android Stream Day, and it was quite a good day so far. And thanks to all of you for joining for this wonderful evening as well. So people joined from different, different countries in the world, and really appreciate it. And thanks to all the speakers who came and joined. And it's not yet over. We will be back tomorrow as well. But whoever joined, thanks for supporting, thanks for asking questions, thanks for letting us know your feedbacks. Also we will be back tomorrow, and the link I am sharing for that as well, and you can also find it in the description. So I'm sharing in the live chat. Apart from that, if you really want to support this channel, then you can do that using super chat. You can also support us using am I not audible yet? Let me know if I'm not audible. So you can also support us using patreon.com/mtechviral, or you can become a member of this channel. Apart from that, guys, there is one more thing. We will be back tomorrow around 1:30, and our first session will start around 2 p.m. And again, we have still so many speakers left and so many good talks which are still there, which are still not, which are still pending from your side. You have to watch it again. So please join us on Sunday tomorrow around the same time. And thanks to volunteers as well for the help. And few quizzes are left. We didn't do it because we wanted to have good people, like good number of people joining us, and so that we can enjoy it. So we will do the remaining quizzes tomorrow. So there are two more quizzes which we will do tomorrow. So that's more or less about it. I hope you enjoyed the entire sessions and the entire Android Stream Day 1. And if you have any feedbacks, you can write to me. You can go to stream.mtechviral.com, and there you will also find my email ID, or I can tell you mtechviral@gmail.com. And if you have any specific if you want to connect to speakers or anyone, then also you can visit the website, and you can find all the links, especially Twitter and LinkedIn, and all these links which make sense for tech people especially. And you can also follow us on Twitter, LinkedIn, GitHub, Instagram, wherever you want. Also, please like the video if you haven't liked, so that it gets some attention from YouTube. Also press the subscribe button if you want to support the stream and if you want to see future similar stuff in the future. So we will be very thankful if you do that, and share with your friends if there are some friends watching or some people who are looking to read more about tech or learn more about tech and wanna watch all these speakers journey and all the things which we shared about different topics. So yeah, that's it. I'm signing off, and thank you so much everyone for joining again, and I'll see you tomorrow. The link I just shared, you can go there and press the like button for the second day link as well, and that will be live tomorrow again. So bye bye, take care, good night, and yeah, keep learning and keep doing Android or whatever you want to do. Thank you.